Thank you so much. So in summary, not only must innovation expand beyond communication, to other areas, it must also move from consumption to creation, right? And so we are here to discuss designing for nation building through the 7 mountains of influence. And this is faith, family, government, media, business, entertainment, and religion. We want to define the true essence of what it means to be a gatekeeper of innovation. You're not just trying to, know those that are the gatekeepers. You yourself are here to become a gatekeeper of innovation. He spoke of a couple of, gatekeepers, let's just put it that way, that is like we're just learning from them, we're just consuming their stuff, and it is not exactly putting us into the mind space of a creator, because we are the ones that know the problems that we are facing, right? They cannot bring their problems and the solution. It doesn't fit. So it's time for us to take a step back and pay attention and actually think about what is peculiar to us as a nation and as a continent and prefer the solutions to that. So once again, I welcome you to the Cosmos Conference. And my name is Adebayo Elizabeth, and I would be your host for this event. Please give me a very, very warm round of applause. And without further ado, I understand that our very first speaker is around. And that is, we're going on to... Okay, is there a change? Please confirm that for me, please. And in the meantime, therefore, don't just sit back and just wait for everybody to talk at you. Make sure you are also communicating. Make sure you are networking. You don't know if your next $1 million deal is sitting beside you. Don't downplay the person beside you. So make sure you're networking, make sure you're connecting. And I really appreciate that one of the things that we're going to be talking about is the role of collaboration, because there's a lot of mindset of, oh, I'm a self-made man, that this generation wants to. Let me take a pause to celebrate one of our speakers, Dr. Godwin. Kindly give him a very, very big round of applause. Please clap. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm still waiting for that confirmation, sir. Okay, so I was talking about making sure that you're not just trying to network just upward. Make sure that sideways you're connecting with people and, just you don't know who has the next information that will land you your next $1 billion idea. All right. Okay, so like I said, Dr. Godwin just walked in, and he will be taking the session. Okay, please, I need one more clarification, Mr. Trust. Kindly give me that. Give me a minute, please. And we have more speakers coming in. Please celebrate Dr. Dixon Egbegware. Please don't get tired of clapping. Just be ready to clap today. Like we said, this is the maiden edition, so you're going to please permit a little bit of, shaky, shaky. But trust me, you are in for an amazing time. Like I said, okay, so like I said, Honorable Chief Dixon Egbegbare just walked in. He is a seasoned political technocrat from Delta State, Nigeria. With a distinguished career in public service, he has held various influential positions, including Supervisory Counselor for Works, Isoko South Local Government Area, Vice Chairman and Acting Chairman, Isoko South Local Government Area, Special Assistant, and later Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Delta State. Can we give them a round of applause? Honorable Egbegbare recently served as the Social Democrat Party House of Representative candidate in the National Assembly elections, showcasing his commitment to democratic ideals and public service. His leadership reflects a dedication to community development and effective governance. And so without further ado, to speak on nation building, can we please celebrate and receive with me Honorable Chief Dixon, fine boy, Egbegbare. Yes, sir. Please keep clapping until he has the microphone.
1 minute, please. Please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we just have to go on because I was made to understand that the targeted audience, either they are late or they prefer to watch it online since they are streaming it. Otherwise, I was expecting to see a good number of youths here from what I was told. But we must go ahead. You have my name already been introduced. Okay, sorry about that. It's okay. I decided not to present a paper. I would rather choose to interact, discuss the topic, nation building. Because so many papers have been presented in different seminars, and a lot have been done on this area. Yet, nothing has changed. So I think we should change the format. It's my opinion anyway, so that we can discuss and reference certain events that have taken place. So first we are going to look at nation building, what it means. Nation building is constructing or structuring a national identity using the power of the state. Note it, using the power of the state. Nation building is aimed at the unification of the people within the state so that it remains politically stable and viable. This is the account of Wikipedia. And so the question here will be, do we have a structural foundation to build a nation in Nigeria? Because I want us to take it from home. Do we have a structural foundation? Before you talk of nation building, there must be a foundation. My answer is no. We do not have any foundation to talk of nation building. We have been busy all this while doing and dealing with theories, put together seminars, papers are presented, speeches are presented, and that is the start and end of it. I think we have to change our orientation. I go back to mindset. Because if nation building is about constructing or restructuring of a system, that means it has to start with a plan. Do we have a plan? If you don't have a plan, then you cannot restructure. So we are going to look at the issues. If our answer is that we do not have a foundation for which we can discuss nation building, what are the problems? Because here, so much powers is given to the state power. That is, it is the state power that actually makes it work. So what is state power here? Who are the people holding back that power that can make it work? Of course, it's the government of the day. How did they come to be? I'm very sure many of you here do not have a voter's card. For those of you who have a voter's card, don't even vote. And when you don't vote, you accept anybody to govern you. Participation is key here. And when you don't participate, then be prepared to take whatever that comes out of such government. The issues are not far from us here. I want to believe that the youth, we the youth, because I'm in that bracket to some extent, are the problem of leadership in this country. The youth are the reason why we do not have a foundation for any form of nation building as a plan. There have been development, constitutional development from the time of Macpherson to the present day constitution. Development means you improve from time to time on your programs. Nigeria have been in existence before Dubai. But because they had a plan, and they were sincere, they were determined, they have gone past where we are today. Let's take an example from a recent happening in an African country called Senegal. Faye is the president of Senegal. He was sworn in on the 2nd of April, 2024. The swearing in made so much wave, but what led to it is what matters. Faye make use of social media along with Soko. Soko was also an interested party who also was trying to contest that same election. He took to his Facebook page and attacked the magistrates of that country for abandoning the capital things that are supposed to be addressed, and accused them of being in the pockets of leadership of Senegal. The government took offense, and he was arrested. Faye paid the price, was detained for about 11 months, and was released only 20 days to the election. But something laid the foundation for his success. The city president wanted to postpone that election, and the youth of Senegal resisted. They didn't carry guns. There is price for every action. As they were resisting, the country was watching. The judiciary saw that anarchy is about to take place. They called themselves to order and overruled the decision of the president to extend the date of election. That was the problem then, because it was alien to the political system of Senegal. And so when the president attempted to postpone that election, the judiciary overruled him. That is willpower. So you need a strong judiciary to set a platform for the youths to say true, for a country to say true. Again, having done that, the youth came out en masse in their large number and voted for a man who was just released 20 days to election to become president of Senegal at the age 44. So you can see what resilience, focus can bring to the table. Today, Senegal can begin to plan because it's a new dawn. That is what has been missing here in Nigeria. So if I come here and start telling you, reading texts, research work, giving you papers on nation building, I would have been on that part of wasting your time and my time as well. We have a problem. Benjamin Borombo of Zimbabwe, in one of his quotes, I'm going this far so that you can understand where I'm coming from. He said, in fighting for the rights of Africans, he fights with one hand, while the other hand is busy defending himself against Africans fighting him for fighting for them. Is that not funny? Go and do your research. He was a nationalist. He paid the price. And so here in Nigeria, you will see a set of youth coming together to protest for an ill in a society. Another set of youth will be paid to obstruct it. And it's very common in this part of the world. So how do you make progress? How do you build a nation on such scenario where youths will move against youths? They said you are the leaders of tomorrow. I don't want to believe it, because even you do not believe you are leaders of tomorrow. There are sacrifices you must offer if you want to change a situation. That has been the situation. We are too docile. We are too restricted in making things work in this part of the world, especially here in Nigeria. And so what do? If we must have a strong and viable nation building as a plan, and work on it, sustain it, preparatory for the future, for children unborn, then we must be ready. First, we should have that conviction. We should be talking to ourselves. We should do a campaign among ourselves. The mindset has to change. Then you come sincerely, devoid of violence, and occupy places of authority and speak your mind. After which, you vote. Let me tell you more why the youths are the problem of this nation. 60% of the ad hoc staff used in the legendary process are youths. 60% of the POs and SPOs, that is presiding officers and supervising presiding officers, are youth corpers. These are the people who collect money from the leaders and obtain results. So who is to be blamed? Is it the leaders or you that was given a responsibility and you fail to carry it out for greed or personal reasons? That is why we are where we are today. So these are the areas I want us to go into, look at it very deeply, and tell ourselves the truth, that we are the problem of ourselves. A viable government plan ahead, that's long-term planning. To participate and to speak out. We have a very wonderful tool, social media today, to use. And instead of agitating against government ills, we are busy watching skits and useless programs that have nothing to do with you, living children and your born children. Social media is a tool you can use as young people to change the narrative. Some few protests has happened in this country. And because you allow other youths to come and infiltrate it, and that is why they failed. Otherwise, a genuine populated protest will ordinarily not fail. Again, you have student union government in all state and federal government universities across Nigeria. When last have they occupied the National Assembly to make a statement? I can't remember anyone. They are all loyal. And so we are running a system, an individualism system where a leader will come into power and do what he wants and not along the plan, because there is no one plan in place. So maybe this president will rule and leave, and that one will come and demolish some of the things he has done and continue with the one he likes and not in line with a plan that can sustain a system. Martin Luther King Jr. was a young man when he started agitation. You cannot be docile and achieve anything. He fought for the right of black race. Yes, he died for it, but he has liberated the black race almost forever. That's a prize. So we need to go back to history and read the profile of successful nationalists, what they did and how they did them to get to where they are today. If this country must go forward, two areas must be addressed. The corruption in the judiciary has to be properly addressed, and they must be definite in addressing them in our constitution. The youth of this country must wake up. That is when you can expect anything good from the system. I don't want to go too far today, but my message is about mindset of the youth of today in Nigeria. When we change our mindset and approach, in whatever we are doing politically, trust me, things will get better for everybody. Let me remind you of something or tell you something you do not know today on corruption. Everybody shouts, politicians are bad, politicians are criminals, they are thieves. But little did you know that the politician, council chairman, governor, for example, do not sign checks. They don't have the right by law to sign checks. I know it's going to be shocking to some of you, because some of you thought the chairman or the governor would just resume office and he takes the check and just sign, go and get me 10 billion, 20 billion, and it is done. No, it's not so. The system is so planned in a way that without the collaboration of the civil servants and the executive head, which is the politician, not a kobo can leave government coffers. So it is the HPM in the case of the councils and the treasurer that sign checks. The PS, AG, and all those ones at the state level are the ones to prepare checks. What the governor does is to sign confirmation. So the question is, what is the governor or the council chairman confirming? They are confirming what the civil servants have done. So how are money taken out of government coffers without the civil servants? So you can understand the collabo. Without the civil servant, no politician can steal a kobo. No politician can loot. And everybody keep deaf ears on that aspect. As if $50 naira, or assuming he's taking 10,000, the man is taking 5,000 also. So the money coffers will be on the increase. I am not here to accuse anybody, but I'm here to lay down these situations so that you can understand what corruption has done to us. I expect your student union government at all levels to confront government on the issue of power. For how many minutes now? Light have been taken twice for an important occasion like this. Power is the only reason development can take place. Power is the only reason why employments are generated. Power is the only reason why all they are busy doing can work. Without power, nothing can work. So the issue of loyalty from your student union government who are supposed to check the ills of the society is a big problem and needs to be addressed also. Let me not go too far. I will end up to say that these things are remediable. It's unfortunate the number of people I'm seeing here is so limited that it's worrisome. But tomorrow is another day. And so like the Bible will say, Son of man, think of your life. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Can we celebrate Honorable Fine Boy once again? We sincerely apologize for all of the technical issues. Once again, it is the maiden edition, and so you're going to have to indulge us, one or two things. But I hope that it has been an insightful one so far. Has it been an insightful one so far? Yeah, not very sure about that. All right, 1 second. All right, then. So like I said, I hope we have been having an insightful session so far. And so if we have any questions that we would like to ask our speaker, could you please indicate by a show of hands or by writing it down very quickly and letting me know, please, do you have any questions? Because I personally have a question for sure. So do we have any questions for Honorable? If you are writing that, please let me know very quickly. And I would like to ask, sir, you spoke about the fact that you said something very specific when you said they said the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, but you don't believe that. Okay, so you're still affirming that. So who then is the leader of tomorrow? And what exactly do you mean by that, by the fact that you do not believe that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow?
Yes. I'm not saying the youth cannot be leaders of tomorrow, but as at today, that assertion is false. Because the government of the day have not done anything to pose that the youths are truly the leaders of tomorrow. But until that changes, I will still hold that position. But once it changes, then truly the youth will be the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, no, please still hold on with the mic, sir. We have, I'm sure, a couple of people are already coming up with their, they were just waiting for the first person to ask. Okay, so if you have your questions, okay, please, the gentleman is helping me with that. Please just pass the question over to him. Okay, so you said the current leaders have not created that for us to become. Okay, so how then do we step into it? Are we just going to keep waiting for them to create this, enablement for us, to lead? Or we're just going to sit back and just wait for them to, are we just going to sit back and wait for them to give it to us? I don't know if you understand my question, sir.
I did. I just told you a story of what happened in Senegal. These youths didn't they didn't stand off to wait for leaders to create tomorrow for them. They came out in their numbers. They participated. They voted. And today, a young man of 44, a youth, is the president of the country. He has not been commissioner before. He was in the tax section of the economy of Senegal. Go and find out. He left the prisons after 11 months to become president. And so they fought for it. Nobody prepared the table for you these days in terms of economy or your progress. You fight for what you want. So I'm urging the youth to fight for their future and not to sit back to allow anybody tell them you are the youth of tomorrow. It is in Africa that there is no second 11. In a football game, you see the full team, you see second 11. Second 11 is preparatory to take over from first 11 as they retire. That is the system we're talking about. Such is not here. There's no second 11 in governance in Nigeria. Thank you.
But I know that what is bringing all of this is because of that statement that was made that you are not sure that the youths that you are seeing today are the future of tomorrow. So I was even writing it down. Could this be a quote from, sorry, you're from the government agency? Yes. So is this an affirmative statement that in all observation, you don't think these youths are the future of tomorrow? I want to just get that fact right. Then two, are we not recognizing the efforts that are being made by many of the youths in changing the narrative? Because it's not, I feel like the youths are making the efforts, but then the people in power are also making more efforts to make the obstacles stay there, that it will never work. Because you have the power, you have the influence, you have everything, resources. The youth only have probably now the voices and maybe the numbers. But we know the power of, we know the effect of power, which they have. So if we throw that effort that youths are doing and say, you don't think they are the future of tomorrow with all that they are making, it looks like it's taking us back because they are efforts. So I don't know if we should retweak the statement because people are going to go home with that statement today. Yes, because it's looking like if this is coming from the government or from the people in power in Nigeria that the youth are looking up to, and this is the affirmative statement, then there is a bigger problem that we are not seeing. Yeah.
Okay, you need to get me right this time around. Maybe you did get me well. Yes. Who is talking about youth being the future of tomorrow? Is the leadership, government, not so? That the one telling us, you are the leaders of tomorrow during campaigns. Have you not heard it before? In the bid to convince you, the leadership will tell, the government will tell you are the leaders of tomorrow. That is what they keep saying. We are not the one telling ourselves. We are not denying it ourselves as youths. Yes, we are the leaders of tomorrow. But I said, I don't agree with them. I do not, as a person, agree with that statement from government that the youths are leaders of tomorrow. Because they have not done anything to show that you are going to lead tomorrow. They have not done anything to show. No foundation is laid. So they keep saying that to sweet talk you, to dissuade you, to disorganize us, to prepare your mind. So I don't believe them. That's what I'm saying. Yes. But actually, we are the leaders of tomorrow. So what do we do to actualize that leadership and change this negative narrative? Those are the things I was not preparing you for. To say if we do A, B, C, then we can get there. Because people have done it before. And I cited the example of Senegal, Martin Luther King Jr. of USA, who is even a black, and all that. He did that in a foreign land, and he succeeded. It's expensive, it's costly, but it's achievable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification, sir. Please give a round of applause to our speaker once again. As we go into the very next session, we are going to be having Dr. Godwin speak to us on designing for business. And I will read his profile very quickly. Dr. Godwin Agboviose Omage, sincere apologies if I do not pronounce that correctly, is a visionary innovator and serial entrepreneur known for his impactful ventures, including Conet Technologies, a climate tech solution, Eki Digital Multipurpose Koi, a global trade zone, Sotec Self-Order Technology, GAF Africa, a tech support and research foundation. I think you should be jamming your hands together as you are listening to this. The Let Love Lead NGO, which is focused on rural human capital development. His work spans digital innovation, sustainability, and hospitality, earning him recognition on the 100 Voices for Our Planet list by J.B. Dondolo, and a feature in the UN Water Agenda. Notable projects include EcoNet, promoting eco-friendly practices with digital business card, and Love Funds, a global fundraising platform. His initiatives highlight his dedication to sustainable solutions, societal transformation, and technological advancement. And so with a warm, warm welcome, can we please receive Dr. Godwin? Please make sure that clap is resounding. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Okay, so this session is going to be very interactive, so we can get the best out of. Thank you. It's going to be very interactive, so we can get the best out of this topic. The conference says Gatekeepers of Innovation. Honorable, thank you for that keynote speech. It was quite profound. And I think through governmental structure, whatsoever we are doing, just like Robert Kiyosaki said, no matter what you do, if you have not done anything with the government, you have not started. And I think you have hit the main point by talking about the structure the government is laying for the youth. I am actually in the school of thought with your reasoning, sir, talking about the preparedness of the youth and also the promises of the government for the youth, which has I would characterize as an illusion. Ever since we have been in secondary school, we have been hearing you are the leaders of tomorrow. Today is the tomorrow we were promised yesterday. So who are we? So I'm going to be discussing on designing innovative business. Cosmos, thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic. How many of you are entrepreneurs in the house? Entrepreneurs. Okay, great. Please, can we move forward, please? If you're sitting at the back, can you move forward, please? Kindly fill the space. I want to talk to entrepreneurs. Practical knowledge for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, please move forward. Please, thank you. Thank you. Okay, when I started my business, there are some basic. In music, there's what is called rudiment of music. The rudiment of music is where you learn the basics of music. Now, there is also basic for business, most especially some of us who are very, very ambitious to be taking over the world when we have not taken our community. This section is going to be very raw, and please, I pray you have the grace to accommodate it. Because we have been in the stage of receiving prophecies that we have never believed, and we have never practiced, and we have not in consciousness of our heritage as a believer. A believer is not categorized by people that goes to church. Believer is categorized by those who carry out what they believe. Obedience is the very best way to show that you believe. What you believe, you obey. What you obey, you believe. You cannot sit on the fence. The Bible says if you are not hot, not cold, what it say? Say I will spit you out. Right? Are we all believers here? So I'm talking from that perspective. So if you are non-believers, maybe after this, Cosmos will call for altar call so that you can be a partaker of the package that come being a believer. So I'm talking from the perspective of being a believer in business. Now, many of you, I believe you have a limited company. If you have a limited company here, let me see your hands up, please. If you have a limited company, don't be shy now. Okay, in that your limited company, if you have board of directors, let me see your hands up, please. If you have board of directors, or active board of directors, active board of directors. Okay, honorable, have active board of. So you have a limited company, you don't have board of directors. Now, you know, there are a lot of things and a lot of issues and challenges that come with entrepreneurship. And most of those challenges comes from ignorance. Ignorance, 100%. How can you go and register for a limited company and there's no structure in place to be able to guard your operation. Instead, you can go for sole proprietorship. Through that, you know that the business is you, you are the business. Once you sign up to operate a limited liability company, it means you are answerable to your board of directors, which is headed by the board chairman. And through there, you have other individuals from their various experience and expertise to be able to track your operation. Now, if it comes to tax, how many of you pay tax here? You operate a limited company, you operate your company, and you pay tax through your company. Many of us have operated business without paying tax. Designing for the future and be a gatekeeper of innovation start from the little things. A small beginning. How do we handle the small beginning? How are we participating? Some of us will say in Nigeria, it doesn't matter, that if we do it in a government pocket, it goes, go. These are regular talks from young people who are aspiring to become the leaders of tomorrow and possibly become the president of tomorrow. By God's special grace, I've had opportunity where people will say, why not go for House of Rep? In fact, they even did it that they bought tickets. Say, go and contest for House of Rep. I said, politics is the shortcut to kill your dream. I'm a continental visionary, and I can do what the president cannot do in the next 10 to 20 years. Apple is one of the companies that I model my pattern and operation with. Apple GDP surpasses the GDP of Africa. Africa is not a country, it's a continent. With over how many countries? 50 what? Yeah? Come on? You're not sure? 54 countries. And one company, the GDP surpasses the GDP of a continent. And Nigeria, with your swag and pride and ignorance, you say you are the giant of Africa. What is gianty in you? Eh? That English can be tautologous, but it makes a corresponding meaning, because when you say you are a giant of Africa, I'm in Nigeria, I'm giant of Africa, what are you contributing? When Peter Obi was coming with the idea of from consumption to production, I didn't see it as a political statement. I was seeing it as a statement from moving from consumerism to production. But when you are biased, or you have been politically brainwashed, you begin to take side when it comes to politics. I have friends across parties, APC, PDP, Labour Party, and all of that. And I don't do party. I vote for the people and the person I know I believe in his antecedents. How and where do we go from here? These are real talk. It's a real-time talk that we need to ask ourselves. Honorable will say something, and that is very profound for me. How many of us are actively participating in the decision-making process of this nation? When it comes to economy, what do you know? I tell you the truth. The school that many of you are attending today is just a periphery of what you... They will not teach you what you need to succeed in life. It's just a background that they're going to give to you. How you are to improve and come out victoriously, it depends on you, your willingness. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. You need to have a thick skin. You need to be ready to be misunderstood. You don't need to explain to everybody. In fact, you don't even need to explain to anybody. Because what people do not know, they call it name. And what they know, they put to destroy. So designing for innovation, many of the Nigeria, this is sometimes when I'm invited to speak on such topic, I look at the audience. How prepared are they? Because audience that have not sought out his house bill and have not got a Christmas figure out, you want to be talking about taking over the world? You need to solve the problem now to know that you are alive first, so that you can now think well for tomorrow. Am I speaking your mind? Because most of the thing you are discussing with Nigeria is, how does this translate to money now? It is the now for me. I've interacted with over 1,000 people this past week, and it has been the now. How can I collaborate with you and start making money now? And I think they are not wrong, because in the book of Romans, it said now faith is, so faith is now, so the action is now. Say now faith is, it's not later. Yeah? Are we together? So sometimes, if we are not careful, we'll begin to judge people based on our experience. I believe that my behavior and my character, it is the way it is because of where I'm headed to. You cannot replicate it because we are headed to different destination. So your destination determines the kind of zeal you portray, the passion you have. I always tell people, I said, if I have $10 billion now, I'm still as poor as any man that you can ever think in Nigeria. Because that is, the vision is not $10 billion. So, whatsoever I am giving, it is for me to fulfill that God-given purpose. So I'm a steward on every resource, including the human resource. Hallelujah. Praise God. Yeah, I know it's not church, but you are believers, so praise God. What does it mean to be a gatekeeper? As a gatekeeper, you go receive plenty bullets. Just be rest assured. You know, you guys have been to many conferences where they tell you, I started with 1,000 and now I'm earning 1 million. They never tell you the process of earning that 1 million. Yes, it is possible. But I'm here to also tell you the bullet you will receive in the process of earning that 1 million. How many of you know goalkeepers? You can likewise say gatekeepers are what? Goalkeeper. Goalkeeper receive what? Hello, talk now. Are we not youth? Let's talk, let's interact. Should I give you the mic? Oh yeah, now let's interact. Gatekeeper and goalkeeper do what? They receive a shot. Being a gatekeeper, do you know what that means? It means you are the decision maker of that industry. I was talking to somebody, I said, many of you are advising me to invest in this, to do that. Have you ever thought of electric vehicles? Now, many people are complaining. The reason why you shouldn't buy an electric vehicle is because you cannot travel more than 500 kilometers with it and all of that. Now, that is an avenue that creates a business also, because once they begin to ship in more electric vehicles, it's also an avenue for you to build a charging station for those electric vehicles. From here to Lokoja, you can have 2 charge stations. But nobody is going into that industry now because they don't want to build for the future. Everybody wants what? Now. Now you're talking about the oil and gas that is already being occupied. When they're talking about youth not being prepared for the future, it is taking the needed action. I don't call it risk, because risk is because you don't have the required knowledge to succeed in the future. So you enter the future blindly. That is when it becomes risk, because you are not equipped with the needed information. And information is the foundation for transformation. So when somebody with swag and pride said that they took risk, it's because they don't have the required information that is needed to succeed in that direction. So they will tell you, I took what? So after today, you shouldn't be prideful of it that you took risk, because you need information. Jesus cried. They said, my people perish for what? Meaning the absence of knowledge is ignorance. Ignorance is darkness. Light is a color. Without light, there will be no color. The entrance of the word giveth what? And give what? Understanding to who? Hello? This is the pattern. You cannot design to be a gatekeeper of innovation without understanding the basic thing. These basic things are very important, very crucial, and it's as important as anything, because if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? It's a question that is being pointed to you. What do you think the righteous can do if the foundation be destroyed? I always tell people that if you are building a skyscraper and somebody building a bungalow, the foundation can never be the same. The foundation can never be the same. Somebody might have $20,000 and go and use it to buy authentic wristwatch and all of that. You have $50,000, you're using it to settle family. Two different needs. It may be that person already, the family is already sorted for the Christmas and all of that. But if you do not know what you are designed for, you will begin to imitate and lose your identity. So, it is not by professing it that I'm going to be a world changer. It is by knowing the requirement of being a world changer. Archbishop Benson Idahosa said, a young man approached him and said, Bishop, I want to be like you. Archbishop Benson Idahosa said, leader, he said, whatsoever I pass through, you will pass through it in Jesus' name. And the guy stood up and said, which can prayer be this? If you want to get to a certain level, the first thing is, what is the cause? If many of you know the cause, some of the prayer you are praying, you will not pray it. So that is why, yesterday I posted something. I said, politics and religion is a trap to keep you busy out of the serious things. If you really want to get the best out of it, that is why, as believers, we walk the talk and we talk the walk. Because it said, with the heart man believeth, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. When he came and said, let there be light, it was because he already knew the possibility of him speaking it to pass. And he spoke it to pass and said, let there be, and there was. So, gatekeeper is not a doorkeeper just to be there, like all those bouncer security who will just show you road. No. So much more. How many of us are ready? Did you just come here because you don't have where to go, or you just want to come and use here to while away time and all? There's so much. The sacrifice of designing to gatekeep. Do you know what it comes with? The pain, the isolation, the rejection. You need to have a thick skin for it. There are many times you feel that God has left you. God did not leave you. He said, behold, I'm with you what? Always. As an entrepreneur. Because you lack the necessary knowledge. When Honorable was talking, he was talking about the bureaucracy of the government. That the chairman or the governor cannot do anything without the PAMSEC. They will not teach you all these things in school. That is master class. I guess to know that few months ago, because 2019, sir, I stopped doing anything with government when they frustrated the hell out of me, with presidency to be precise. I stopped, and I said I'm done. I will create an innovation. I created an innovation and brought in people. We did a demonstration, and after that, the Nigeria government said, okay, we will come back, blah, 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 and all of that. Pay a lot of money. Then we are not residing in Abuja. Pay a lot of money in a hotel. So I just left. And after then, said, no, this is not how to approach it. You need to get enough results. That when you are, before you come, they will send your profile. That's why I just finished an event. Before the event, I wrote to Mr. President that I need a banquet hall, and I want him to be in attendance. I wrote my profile, and I added possible link for verification of what we have done. What that taught me is, sometimes many of us, we took a jump past ourselves. There is step for everything. And there's time for everything. You cannot compare, and don't compare your sowing time with someone harvest time. When some people will be saying, I want to be like Dangote, and God is preparing you to be better and bigger than Dangote, because that is old money. Meta just opened a research center for open AI, $10 billion. They find them in Nigeria for over, I think, $2 billion or $200 million. And have they ever found a Nigeria company like that? These are something that they make on a daily basis. The new money that you want to have as an entrepreneur is not in physical product, it's in data. Why are we not going into all those deep technicalities? Because this is not a paid program, it's a free program. So when you want to enter all those things, but I will give you some basic foundation, some secrets. Very few, it's not that deep. So if you want it deep, meet Cosmos. He will do a master class. And that master class, it had to come with a cost so that you will value it. You know, one thing that Nigeria people do not value is knowledge. You see, many people have iPhone, but they don't have knowledge. That iPhone, what they only use it to do is to snap. And that is over 2 million, 3 million naira iPhones and all of that. They invest on it just to snap picture for Instagramming and Facebooking and TikToking. Invest in knowledge. It's one of the ways to also design yourself for the future. Without wasting much time, the challenges of gatekeeping, being a gatekeeper is not without the trial. The trial is there. Is there. In fact, the higher you go, the more Goliath you have to slay. That is it. Don't think you have one big break. Oh, I got $100 million, and you think you have arrived. It's the beginning of your work. It's the beginning. Rest is sweet after labor. I always say that we don't rest on earth. That is why when Christ finished, he said it is expedient that I go. That when I go, that the Holy Spirit will come. Right? Who will remind you what I have taught you and teach you all things. So what does that mean? He knew when to finish. He knew that he has. Just like when I was listening to Archbishop Margaret Idausa, that Idausa said that he's done with his work. Say, I'm done. And he said, no, ask God for more. He said, no, I can't. He said, I'm done. So as an entrepreneur, we must know that whatsoever we are giving, you have not arrived. Your arrival is when you have departed earth. I'm talking as an entrepreneur, as believers. Many of you want to separate your life from your relationship with God. You cannot do that. Your relationship with God and your business work in pari passu. You are in him, he's in you. Whatsoever decision you are making in your business, you have to consult him. It is very important. Some of the decisions will be very foolish. Faith is foolishness to those who are not in the same fold with you. They are foolishness. They say, how can God tell you that? Yes, how can God tell me that? Because we are not in the same level. There are things God will tell me and he cannot tell you because he knows that you don't have the required faith to take it. Amen? Hello? Hello? Are we together? Am I challenging you? Am I challenging you? I'm not here to talk the regular talk because our eyes don't see. In this entrepreneurship, they tell me say like this, it go be. I don't go agree. That is just the simple truth. It's tough. Don't lie. See, it's tough. You cannot profess it to manifest. You have to walk it. That's why the Bible says, walk out what? Your salvation with what? With what? Fear and trembling. It's a constant thing. How many of you are aiming to be the richest man in the world here? The richest man in the world. You are, come on now, let me see your hand. Be bold. Okay, to be the richest man in the world. Okay, I always tell people the aim is not to be the richest man in the world. The aim is, if I'm going to Lagos, for example, and the person going to London, we're not going to use the same flight, number one. and we're not going to pay the same money for our tickets, true of us. The amount of money you need is determined by your vision. Hello? Are we together? The amount of money that you will have is determined by your vision. What is your vision? Someone will have 1 million naira now. If you, I'm rich, God has blessed me. Another person will have 20 billion now. I say, this is not what I expect. I expect more. Let's be practical. In this country, nobody sent you. That is just a simple truth. As young people, you will have the urge to impress. If you impress, you will go home depressed. Because after everything, now lay you there your room. They analyze yourself. You just spend money that you are not meant to spend. Nobody sent you. When you die, two things happen. The day you die and the day you are buried. People cry, and that is all. In the next 1 year, you are forgotten, except by the one that loves you more. Every year, they can be remembering you and all of that. The most important, this entrepreneurship, getting it wrong, has sent many people to their grave. To be designed as a gatekeeper of innovations, innovation is not just limited to technology. Before the era of technology, there have been a lot of innovation. The Tower of Babel is an innovation. Are you there? Noah building the ark is an innovation. Yeah? Jesus telling them to go and take coin from the mouth of the fish. What is that? Hello? That is Bitcoin. Because you don't have it in your mobile. See, when he said the word became flesh and dwelt among us, it means what he say, he do, and what he do, he said. There's practicality to his word. He's not saying something on a theoretical base. I don't like theory. I love practical. When you tell me he healed the sick, if I cannot heal the sick, I have the tendency to question that scripture that said he healed the sick. And he has given me power over unclean spirits. Yeah? Hello? Yeah, that's just it. Obedience is the very best way to show that you believe. If you lack the result, you are not what you said you are yet. Until you start seeing the result. My apostle always said that result is not the end means of the thing. Character is very important. Building character in what? In the process. How many of you are ready to take over the world now? How many of you are ready to take over the world? Please take over your community first. Take over what? Take over your community first. From your church group, from your unit, take over your community first. It starts from there. A small beginning. It starts from there. Please take over your what? Hello? Community first. From there, God will announce you. He said, he that is faithful in little, what shall be given? More shall be given. Him that is faithful in little. A little here, a little there. So please, in conclusion, our responsibility as believers and Nigerians. We must not disappoint God, though. You must know that you must not disappoint God in conclusion, because whatsoever we are doing, whatsoever we are, and whoever we're going to be tomorrow is by his grace. And he is the one that gives us the power both to do and to what? And to will of his good pleasure. God bless you.
We can do that better. Thank you so much, Dr. Godwin. That was very insightful. Do we have any questions? Awesome. Okay, please step forward very quickly. Or do you want to write it out? Okay, awesome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right, so I would like to start first by saying that the speeches I've been hearing here today, or in fact the presentations I've been hearing today, have really been very practical and very uncommon. The first one, I think I missed a large chunk of it, but the little part I was able to get, I think it was really practical, and I like the practicality of all of these conversations. So I would first start by saying well done and kudos to the team that put this together. I think you put so much effort into getting an amazing array of speakers. I know not all of them are here yet.
Can we
but from
jam
the
our hands
little,
together for the Cosmos
you do
Conference?
amazing stuff. All right, so to my question now, and this is to the last speaker. First off, I really appreciate the spiritual angle you come from, and it's very important to also note that you cannot separate spirituality or God from business. They are so intricately connected that they cannot be separated. So my question is, first, you mentioned something that I found very contradictory, but I would like more light on that. And so it's about you talking about risk-taking. I know that as much as you get knowledge, sometimes you still need to take some risk when you are taking the action. I'll give you an instance now. So because I read about how to come up with an app, it doesn't mean that when I want to come up with the app, I would not encounter certain obstacles or impediments to a successful build-up of an app. So when you say you read, I want to give a practical instance now, and that's why I'm asking this question. So I'm one person that's very interested in agriculture. I am very, very interested in agriculture, and the part of agriculture I'm very interested in is the area of exporting agricultural products. So I was born and bred in Jos, and I know that there are a lot of very exotic and, in fact, very great vegetables that grow there, potatoes, tomatoes, all of those things, broccoli, and all of that. So I want to start importing from Jos to Abuja, and by extension to other parts of Nigeria. And I did my research, and I got to know that these things are, of course, they are very perishable. So in 2 hours, in 5 hours, in a matter of time, they start to perish. And when I dug further, I got to discover that there's something called a cooling van. And then, of course, there's an ice chest. So if I'm using all of those things, chances are that on the way here to Abuja or to wherever it is I'm delivering to, there might be maybe transportation or a breakdown of the vehicle, and then it stays longer, and then my vegetables spoil. So is it not risky for me to do that? And that is one part of the question. I want you to explicitly discuss what you mean by having information impeding or kind of lessening the amount of risk that you take. And that's one part of the question. And then the second part of the question is, when you talk about surveying, because I think you are very savvy and intellectual about these things and much more practical. So when people tell me, Chema, before you go into taking up a business or doing stuff of this sort, do your research. What is a realistic way to do your research? If you want to survey, for instance, people say use Google Forms. Are they really practical? Do I have to go to the market? What is a very practical way to source for information that I can put into action? And yeah, as much as I know I have much more questions, but I think these two would do for now. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for those questions, please. Thank you, Eshe. Eshe, thank you so much.
All right. Risk taking, like I mentioned, and I'm going to elaborate on it, is about you being ignorance in a particular field. For example, I develop an app, all right? For the fact that I have the knowledge to code an app and develop an app does not mean I have the same knowledge to put it out there in the market and make it successful. That is where collaboration comes in. The ability to also identify those who can upscale what I have built is information. So the ability to execute your idea into a practical or tangible stuff like an application functionality and all does not make it to be a successful app. It can be a successful app by building it as an app, but what of the usability? What of the market aspect? What of the scaling of the application? So if I fail to identify with business developers who would develop a strategic business approach to make that app to scale over the world, I will still fail. Then will I say I took risk, or I'm just being ignorant of what I don't know? Are we together? So what that means to me is, when I use the word risk, if you use the word you are taking risk, it means you are ignorant of a particular aspect. That is the reason you say you are taking risk. But if you have knowledge of it, yours is, my work now as a CEO is to identify people who have strength to do what I know I don't have time to do. I don't know everything, but at least I know something in everything I do. So that reduced the amount of risk taking for me. Also, knowing that you have done some certain stuff and I delegate that responsibility to you to fulfill. For me, because I have not worked with you full time, it's still risk taking, but it's not full risk taking, it's partial risk taking. So this thing have class and it has stages. Have I answered your question? What is the second question again?
About
The right way to carry out survey, there are different ways to carry out survey. In fact, surveys are lies. Many of them, they are lies. You don't trust them. They will tell you that what old men see when they sit. Young men cannot see. The truth is that foolish people also grow old. So you cannot trust. So surveys are lies. They will say according to, statistically speaking, according to. I don't literally believe on all those statistically speaking kind of stuff when there is no evidence to back it up. If you tell me Jesus is Lord, I need to see it in your action, and I need to see it in your words, and I need to see it in your character. Then I will believe truly Jesus is Lord, which means he's master. So when you are saying statistically speaking, this and this and that, so the best way to carry out survey, digitally they use Google Form, is a lazy man way. The people that do the real work don't even touch their phone more than 10 times in a day. That you will have to go to and find out how does this thing work. Sometimes you need to go to 5 persons. The feedback you will get from 5 persons moving from shop to shop alone will be more valuable than 20,000 persons that fill your online form. That's simple truth. So as an entrepreneur, in as much as I believe in digitalization and I use the tools, I also believe in physical encounter when carrying out the survey. Thank you.
Please jam your hands together. Okay, there's one more question. Oh, okay, Honorable Fine, okay.
Doc, let me thank you for that wonderful presentation. You denied us something before that master class where we're going to pay to listen to you. Because you identify those who have registered businesses here, not so? As you said, you come forward. They were prepared to listen and get some tips. You didn't give us anyone. So you lead us on so that we pay later for the master class. I think what is more and most important here, let's break it down small. As beginners, if you must go into business, because I listened to her in her analysis of transportation, perishable goods, and whatever, and all that, what is more important is finding time to attend the economy of that business you want to do. That's the most important thing. What is the economy of this business I want to embark on? And the moment you know the importance of the economy of the business, because every business has an economy, and that takes you to how you manage it. That takes you to whether you will succeed or not. 2, as beginners, you need to collaborate. Collaborate with existing platforms of that same business you want to embark on. It reduces your risk. So aside this contribution, Doc, give us some tips. We have beginners here. Thank you.
Please, can you celebrate Honorable Fineboy for advocating for us? So, Dr. Godwin, we're looking out for those tips very quickly. But let me take your question, ma'am. Please.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I needed to ponder on this question, so it's not based off of feelings or any other thing. My question is directed to Honorable Sir, the first speaker. Even before the question, I feel like I have an analogy, first of all. Imagine this stage has to be built, okay? So there's like a call. Come out, let's build this stage. Let's fix it. I have a vision towards it, and I look at it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, let's build it. I call my friends, Regardless, I have friends with different thought processes. Some of them just don't like the color. Some of them don't like the how big it is, how wide it is, how tall. But regardless, all of us come together so that we can build, right? And we come together, we build. Obviously, it's not looking like the visionary stage everybody would expect it to look like. There are cracks here and there, there's blue, there's green. And the elderlies come in, okay? And then they look at it and they're like, they start kicking it. Oh, this stage, it's colored, it's shaky. Then they go to the stage, climb on it, and then they trample on it. They get a sledgehammer and they break it. And it's pieces. Everybody, all those that came out to build, they have different reactions. They have different feelings. Some are going to get mad because, we worked on this and you just trampled it. Some are going to be like, oh, what did you do? They'll start raising their voice. They're shouting here and there. And then some are like, they just pick their stuff and they leave. I feel like we get the picture. I don't know if you guys stick with me. So my question now to you is, you hammered on voting, participation. And if I'm being really honest, I feel like there's more to it than that. Because it's not like people don't vote. It's not like people don't participate. Because even when people use the word, oh, the system is bad, some people use it because, they just hate politicians. And I feel like if you think that way, you're just going to be angry with Nigeria and you're not going to think straight. You're just going to be reckless towards anything that has to do with the country. But if you say the system is bad, and when I mean the system, I mean the structure is bad. The structure you set in place is bad. That means the foundation, let me not even use the word foundation, but that system, that structure, I don't know, I feel I want to just call it out, the voting system itself, it's wrong, And now it's like, okay, let me just say, voting last election, I can speak for a number. I'm not going to say I speak for all the youths, but I can speak for a number that people came out to vote. People, for the first time, made voting card. Probably used it to chase clout and show, oh, I have the card. But we eventually came out to vote. And then it looked like, you vote, but even still. And apparently right now, who is leaving the country? It's mostly the youths.
Okay, can we get to the question very quickly? Sorry, because of time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the question, obviously. Like, is it not more than voting? Are you still saying, come out again and vote? Come out and show your participation, speak up. Because that is what we've been doing.
And doesn't seem to be working. So do we still come out and do
this?
Is
it still voting?
Exact same thing.
Is there something more they need to do from the system?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable, as you respond to that.
Thank you very much, my sister. Let me agree with you on one point that we have been voting. And the question is, does those votes count? Or will they count again? I think that is the summary of what you want to. Not so? Good. Yes, we have been voting. And the votes have not been counting. The next step is, why are they not counting? That's the question me and you should raise. And by the time we identify the reason why the vote didn't count, we address it. One is to cast your vote. Yes, you have voted, and you left the place thinking that you have voted. What happened to coalition? Were you there? The magic happened during coalition and transmission, not voting. Because even that your vote you casted for your choice of candidate can be upturned and given to the opponent of that your choice because you are not there. And in this case, we have all identified that judiciary is a problem to all our effort. That is why I ask, what have we done as youths to address to confront the government? That's the right word to use. And I talked about your student union governments across the nation. Not so? If I'm the SUG president at the that is the president, the overall one, how do you call that one now? National. And I observe things like this that are impediments to our progress. The first thing that we do is to get the states, SUG governments, their executive representatives, come together, storm the National Assembly, and let our voice. In a way that people will know that, yes, something happened there in Abuja. Have we done that? So, voting will count. Coming to the solution now. Only when we do more. You don't expect to go into any business and you expect a result almost immediately. You do it again and again. That is the reason for development of a system. So when that one failed, whether you like it or not, it lacked selection. To some extent, it went well. We were able to produce some Labour Party, House of Reps, some from SDP, other parties. They're in the House, they're mixed up. It's no longer one-way system. Even the governors, APC is not having all, PDP is not having all. That means we are making some progress. All we need to do is to improve on what we have been doing. I don't know if that one answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. This is the question for Dr. Godwin. Okay, awesome. I'm going to take that last question very quickly. Please give him the microphone. A round of applause for him, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the organizers putting this together. So the first question I wanted to ask, I think Honorable has actually done justice to that because you lead me on and I was expecting more, but I stopped halfway. So let me use my own experience now. That's the question I really wanted to ask. So myself and a team of people, we are working on something and we're in the process of registration. So before then, I mapped out persons who could be good fit for board, right? And for the first person, I discovered that he has the influence we need, he has the experience, he has the result and everything. So by reaching out to him, I just know that this person wouldn't have the time, wouldn't have any way to even have conversations with us. So we have to let that one go. The second person, he was saying yes, he's in, right? I've sent him a message repeatedly. We've done everything we needed to do as a person to reach him, but that's not working out, right? And for the few other persons that we have there, we just move on with it, and we're already registering that. Now, but nevertheless, we know there is a need to have, like, let's say, strategic people, of course, in the board, right? So I am asking, how do you overcome that challenge? Because, of course, we don't want that to hold us back. So we have just like one person, and we are moving on with that, right? But I am saying, because definitely we want to grow global, right? And definitely we cannot have one person just sitting as a board, right? So how do we overcome that challenge, especially looking at how I drive the discussion and my own experience? Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for him.
Okay, so the person is a member of your board of director. What is his function as a member of your board of director?
Do you want to use my mic very quickly?
Yeah. So what is his function?
Okay, so this last person that we are working with happens to be the chairman.
Chairman of your board?
Yes.
Okay.
And basically for the fact of his expertise and his experience, and also for the other fact that we of course, it's what we work with B2B.
You are the
model.
You are the CEO.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't call myself CEO, I just call myself founder. That's the word I wanted to use, yes.
So you are the founder and the CEO. So he's just a board of director.
Yes.
Non-executive.
Yes, sir.
So what you do is simple. If he's not available for the necessary task or decision to be made, you relieve him. You are the CEO. You have the power to hire and fire. Relieve him and move on, because you cannot place your progress on one person. And once you have the majority vote in your board, that's all, you take the decision. Yes, sir? Yeah. Now, you take your time now. Don't just rush into getting another person on board. Take your time. As a startup company, some of the mistakes we make, we think that those who have the experience have the passion to help us to drive our vision. But in other way around, they are only there just to occupy space. So they are not really for your interest. So don't be in a hurry to get on that person to fill the space. Fill the space with the people you have, current people you have. But other things, talk to Cosmos. There we can.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Please, for the brevity of time, I would not take any more questions. Please. Oh, you want to give a response to that? Okay, let's take that.
Just a brief addition to what Doctor said, because he asked a question in responding to you. What is the role of this board member? But you were not clear in answering that. So my addition will be, before you identify who should be on your board, you need to have the clear role of that person. What is he doing on your board? Does he have, let's say, a technical M&E experience, and you want him to guide your system on how to have a standard M&E system? So your role needs to be clear, and that's the purpose of the engagement. So it's not because of influence or power that you're bringing him on board, but for the sake of technical guidance on that specific role. That is why that person should be on your board. So we who want to pick board members, don't pick based on roles and result that you're expecting. Yeah, thank you.
Not necessarily the power. Please celebrate her for that. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience so far. I hope you have been having an amazing time. We would have a very short break, right, very quickly, and return with Bishop Shane for a fireside chat. Who is excited about that? Can I hear a round of applause for that? But before we go, let's take a couple of our partners and sponsors very quickly to just talk to us in 5 minutes each. First, I will be having Trifina Ojile, please pardon me if I didn't pronounce that properly, of Mematech Empowerment Foundation. And right next, immediately after she's done, I would have Arome Ibrahim of Immersive Tech Africa. Please celebrate them once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so maybe we can just take a minute to watch the video playing. Sound.
Two Girls Initiative.
This is a 3-day outreach from yesterday. Today is day 2. Yesterday we had an introduction to how to stay security conscious on social media, a bit of cyber security.
Now we can be able to give our online information safely. Additionally, this program that took place today, that is data analysis.
I understand what data analysis means, and before I don't even know anything about it, but now.
So we're here in Jos Plateau State to support our very good friend Trifina Ojile at Mematech Foundation with the outreach program of empowering young girls with STEM skills and education through the Two Girls Initiative.
This is a 3-day outreach from yesterday. Today is day 2. Yesterday we had an introduction to how to stay security conscious on social media, a bit of cyber security.
Now we can be able to give our online information safely. Additionally, this program that took place today, that is data analysis.
I understand what data analysis means, and before I don't even know anything about it, but now I know many things about it.
And it was really nice to see a couple of them trying out the VR headsets. Some of them were going crazy, but they were able to learn what's possible with VR and AR for education.
I like this VR because I saw so many things about this.
Today we had interactive sessions where we addressed certain issues in their community here in Angwarimi.
I enjoyed that one that you did yesterday. We are going to find problem and we are going to know how we can solve it. I enjoyed this.
We found solutions that kind of relate, that we can link with tech solutions, for instance, looking at it from the design perspective and also like data analytics, where we can just have a general overview of how all of these little things and little components come in play to basically spark their mind and see what is achievable. And through this, we ensure that we also link them to tech communities, people who are already successful in the tech space that can mentor them and teach them and just basically keep them in a space where they see that irrespective of their limitations, anything they want is completely achievable.
So in terms of this, they have learned a lot. Even me, I have learned a lot.
I experienced so many things that I have never heard about them. So I can say thank you for all what you have done. May Allah keep on blessing you.
I'm really happy. I want you to come again so that we see you. We are in SS3 now. We want you to come on second time, please.
Thank you very much to our sponsors, to Yeshda, to Hotspot, to NHelp Foundation and the Place Her initiative, and also to Immersive Tech Africa. Truly appreciate you for your support. Cheers to more and making more impact.
In Kaduna State. I didn't grow up in like the Christian area. I grew up in a strictly populated Muslim area. And I got to see a lot of young girls that were my age but didn't get to proceed in education and certain career paths. A lot of them got married very early on. And basically on my career path and how I'm currently a designer, I figured the best way that I could make impact was to start from an area that I could relate to, which is why the beginning of Mima Tech. So Mima Tech is focused on creating opportunities for young girls in northern Nigeria. So we look at ensuring that there's a mind shift. If we know northern Nigeria very well, we know that there are a lot of issues that young girls face in the north. By creating a mind shift for these young girls in northern Nigeria, we ensure that first they are even aware of what is available and what is possible for them as young girls in the tech space and STEM-related career paths. So this is what we're trying to do at Mima Tech, to empower the young northern girl child and ensure that she knows all the opportunities that are available to her. So we basically have 4 focus areas, which is focused on empowerment, opportunity, technology, and education. One thing that's very important to us at Mima Tech is ensuring that we don't just go to these schools or talk to these girls about, oh, you can do this, oh, this is what is possible in the tech space. We ensure that we find already existing tech communities in these environments that we go to, and then make sure that these girls know of these communities, and then we join them together so that irrespective, like it was said in the video, irrespective of their limitations, they know that, okay, so there's this tech hub, I can always go there, and then continuous interactions, and then there's a way, I mean, when you hang around certain people, irrespective good or bad, you begin to act like them. So when these girls hang around and begin to interact with other people in this tech space, they begin to be more, their mindsets are sparked, and then they can better achieve and see what is possible for them in STEM-related careers and also in the tech space. All right, so this is my team. We try to ensure that we have gender equity, because, you know, we're trying to push for women, but that doesn't mean that we should neglect the men. And then, that's how we came about my team. We have Arome Ibrahim on the team, Enoch Leonard, Lovina Ogidi, and myself, Trifina Ojile. Okay, so we have 2 major initiatives, which is the Karatu Girls and the Mass Marriage. So Karatu Girls basically is what I've explained, that focuses on the young girl child. And then for the mass marriage is where we look at ensuring that the people who are bringing up these young girls also are in a place where they can encourage these young girls, which is our mothers, our aunties, our sisters who are contributing in raising the young girl child. So we can keep going. All right, so this was the initiative. So we had a 3-day outreach in Jos Plateau State, and it focused on girls in tech. We got to explore, engage, and empower the young girl child. and it was for 3 days where we went to Suna Private School. This is actually in the core north. I remember when I told so I didn't tell my family. I just told them, oh, I'm going to Jos because my family house is in Jos. But then I didn't tell them which school I was going to. After we concluded the program, I told my dad, oh, I went to Suna, and he was like, where is Suna? And I was like, Angwarimi. My dad nearly had a heart attack because that was like exactly the core area that, in fact, as a Christian, you should not even be going to. But we thank God for His grace and His protection. So these are just a few pictures of the school. When we even went to this school, the plan was we were going to talk to about 50 girls. And when we got there, I remember when we got there and we were coming, we wore trousers. My team, we just wore our T-shirts and trousers. And the girls were speaking Hausa and were saying, who are these ones? What are they coming to do here? Because you could tell that these ones clearly are not from this environment. And then once they got to know what we were here for, all the girls in the school were suddenly interested. And you can't turn away any child. So we had to deal with about 100 girls. It was exciting to say. It was exciting, but I just thank God for my team and the support that God has provided. So yeah, basically that's what we're trying to do at Mima Tech, and I'm grateful to my sponsors and those who have continued to show support, and of course to God Almighty. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arume Ibrahim, and I'm super glad to be here at the Cosmos Conference. I'm the Executive Director of Immersive Tech Africa. You guys must have seen my face from the video Trifina just shared, right? So I'm very big on emerging tech. As a young youth, right, back in 2017, 2018, I was wondering what's next after school, because I noticed a lot of people were unemployed, a lot of people were trying to figure out what to do next. I had an opportunity to attend a Facebook event, so Facebook has a den in Abuja, and that was the first time I tried out virtual reality. So virtual reality is the experience you have when you wear a VR headset. And as you can see, most people, when they wear the headset, they go crazy, they're excited about it, but it's more than just gaming. We can also build experiences from it. And that's how we came about the community called Immersive Tech Africa. So our goal is quite simple. We want to empower youths, creators, and amazing talents across Africa to learn how to build with virtual reality and augmented reality, and now artificial intelligence. And how are we doing that? We have a community spread across Africa that is quite big. And next slide, please. So it's a Pan-African community spread across some key African countries. So what we do is we have 2 key events, the XR Innovation Launchpad, which is our training program every year, where we train people for 10 weeks on how to build VR and AR experiences. Our last program was quite amazing. We had close to 200 people that applied, 100 people attended the program, and it was exciting to see that a 10-year-old girl came out third because of her project was amazing, and it shows that emerging tech is not just for tech bros and techies. Young people are also getting into the space pretty fast. So these are some insights from our past trainings. It started in 2021, and so far it has gone quite big. And next year's edition will be focused on creators. So my advice is, if you really want to go into tech, don't be limited by your environment. Do not be limited by what you know. Put in the time, put in the effort, learn, and be part of very good communities. They can really help you to build and innovate. So these are pictures from some of our past editions. And a major problem we had was hardware. So the VR headsets, as you can see, are not cheap. An average headset costs close to $500 US. But what we're doing is we're co-creating as a community. So if somebody has a VR headset and a developer wants to use it, we could co-share and everybody goes home happy. Next, please. So these are some of the curriculums we teach. from 3D modeling, Spark AR, Unity, Unreal Engine. As long as you want to create, we are here for you, and we have a community for you to innovate. Apart from training, we also have a platform called the XR Innovation Summit, just like we have here at the Cosmos Conference. But our goal is to invite people that are doing stuff both locally and internationally to share what they are doing, right? So we have people from as far as United States, as far as Europe, coming to share their insights. And the most exciting thing is Africa is adding to that voice. We're not just consuming technologies. We have people that are creating with VR and AR. And I'm glad to share that we have the first VR headset that was built in Africa, in South Africa, right? So we're not just consuming, we're also building this technology. And if you want to join us, feel free to reach out to me or find us on social media at Immersive Tech Africa. And my advice also again is do not be scared of tech. AI, XR is here to stay. Find out how you can plug it into what you do, and you'll be simply amazing at it. Thank you so much.
Please be generous with that round of applause. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a very brief break. Just stretch your legs, get something to eat, something to drink, talk to one or two people, and in 10 minutes, we will be right back. We'll be right back with a fireside chat with Bishop Shane. So 10 minutes. Thank you very, very much.
I put it on God, 'cause I know
Can I have a round of applause? Thank you so much. Okay, so it's just a very quick chat. You're very welcome, sir. Please, can I have his microphone? Thank you so much. All right, so like I said, it's just a very, very, very quick chat, just something, less formal from all the speaking that we have had, so far. So like I said, this is Bishop Shane, and he is the convener of the Global Emergence Conference. I celebrate you, sir.
Thank you.
So normally, from this, we see that you often speak about innovation, as being more than technology, but rather a mindset. So could you help us tie it together, how, this applies to the theme of this conference, that is designing systems for nation building. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. The convener Cosmos Conference, Mr. Trust, for putting this together.
A round of applause for our convener once again, please.
Thank you so much. It takes a lot to put this together. I understand, and I think it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot, and it's a good start. Also, I want to celebrate my friend now, one of the panelists. Please, can you clap for her? She had her own conference too recently, and it was a mega conference. So she also understands what it means to organize conference. It's a lot. Thank you so much for this, and yeah, I know more is to come. All right, so moving on into the question. The question is, let me paraphrase now that innovation, was that the question?
So innovation being more than technology, but
yes,
mindset.
Innovation being more than technology. You said I've been shouting that. Okay. All right, the truth of the matter is innovation really deals with our mindset. You need to have this mindset first. So it goes beyond technology, that. It's really the thing of the mindset first. And, you need to have a mindset that creates solutions. I was talking to some of my guys recently. I said, if you are someone that spots problems or challenges a lot of time in the nation, you see this thing is wrong, this thing is not supposed to be like this. Check yourself, you might be wired to be a solution to that problem. And that is how innovation starts. That is how it starts. So you might be a solution. So you should not just be someone that talk about problems. I was telling them, I said, the problem you are seeing, the challenges you are seeing, I might not see it. Or I might just feel it's a normal thing, you get. But because it's giving you more concern is because you have the mindset or you are wired to be a solution to that particular problem in the nation. So that's why I said the first thing is not even technology. When it comes to innovation, it's your mindset. So we need to have a mindset of what? Of solution, a positive mindset to the nation. I was having a chit chat with somebody while during the break, and the person was discussing with me how the country is, this, that. And the only thing I could say is that you just think of something you can add. We can all add something to this nation, and that's the truth. We have something to add. Because if all we do is to complain every time, we will not see the solution. So the little contribution from you, the little contribution from her, the little contribution, we will all come together to solve it might not happen immediately. Because as we know that what is happening in this country is so much that even a president coming today might not solve what is on ground. But it takes the contribution of everybody, the willingness to think differently. Is somebody getting me? The willingness to think differently and also collaborate with every other sectors to make things work. That is where innovation starts from, not just technology. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause for that. Now, you just mentioned something towards the end of that, response, where you said collaboration with every other sector. And we are looking at the 7 mountains of influence, right? In correlation to nation building. So how exactly is this collaboration across all the mountains? How exactly can this work? How exactly can this be done? Probably in more practical terms.
All right. So let me say this. We have different mountains of influence. We have education, we have entertainment, we have family, we have religion, we have art. So if recently I think it's even more than 7, but we only have 7 that is being noted. Now, so let me say this, that to take all these mountain of influence, when you check very well, is interwoven. So everything starts from the family. You get my point? So everything starts from the family. So if you are doing if we pay attention to how we train, most of us, they are not, okay, I don't know, I don't have a child yet, definitely. But when we pay attention to how we deal with our family, when we train them very well, then now comes to church, but comes to religion. But I'll speak more of church because I'm a Christian. Yeah, thank you. So, everybody now in a religious setting should know that one thing we should pay attention to in church now is to train our people not just to be heavily conscious but be earthly relevant. Because the truth of the matter is the people that are out there taking different mountains, they have a place they are coming from, either church or mosque or whatever. They have a religious background. And, recently, I was seeing what happened yesterday for those, I attend Light Nation. And for those that saw something yesterday, we could see that when we train our own people very well from the church, like I said, I'm going to be talking more about the church. When we train them very well on how to take different mountains, the nation will be a better place for us. Because it is not that we don't have people there, but we might not have those that are trained. Now, so when I say trained, I'm not just talking about school. I'm saying trained in a proper way. Like in Light Nation, there's a way that we are being trained to take the mountain of influence out there. We can take media, so yesterday, our lead pastor shared, we saw that he was the one that was listening to more than every other podcast. His podcast was being listened to on Spotify. He was the first person. Now, this is to tell you that it's something that can be done. Like I said in the first place, if you are coming with the mindset of being a solution to the nation, then whatever that is embedded, you will not be shy to push it out. And if you can push it out, you'll be able to take that mountain of the sphere you are representing. Like now, in a way, Apostle was able to push out every other podcast that are not adding value to this nation. I don't want to mention them. There's a particular podcast that we'll listen to, every time that goes viral. And at the end of the day, what they discuss in those kind of podcasts are not what are adding value to the nation. So I'm not saying it's not necessary. You don't necessarily need to say Jesus or any other thing. But if what you are talking about is something that will add value, then you need to push it out. So I'm staying on religion because if you are going to take the sphere of, if you are going to take the mountain of media, take the mountain of family, take any mountain, there should be a coaching center, which is the religious place, which is the church. For us Christians, which is the church. And, I said it from the beginning. I said the church ought to be a place where we come to be fueled. So we are like a tanker that gives out fuel outside. But a tanker without fuel cannot move. Is somebody getting me? You cannot move. You cannot go anywhere. So church is a place we come to. Thank God we've always been hearing, we've been praying and everything, which is very important. But church is a place we come to get what to run with for the other days of the week. Is somebody getting my point? So it's a place you come to, you learn on how to do. So on Sunday again, you come back to fuel yourself, to get the energy to go out and dispense. So you are not going out to just dispense about Jesus, but there are some valuable things that you need to go and dispense according to your own area of specialization. And the place of education is, when we talk about education is not just fine. Going to school is very important, but it does not end there. How do you educate yourself? In your area of specialization, in your mountain of influence, what do you do there? Are you very skillful at what you do? It's very important. You need to be very skillful, because no matter how you want to carry religion and everything, if you are not skillful at what you do, you'll be ignored. You will not make impact. Pray from tomorrow to next year to next tomorrow, you will not still make impact. So everything, every mountain of influence is interwoven. Let me give another example. Recently there was a guy, not too wise, I don't want to say he's a foolish guy, that came out and he was saying that if he becomes the president of Nigeria today, I'm not mentioning anybody's name, if he becomes the president of Nigeria today, the first thing he's going to do is that he's going to scrap churches. He wanted to say religion, but he was hammering more on churches. He's going to scrap them away and everything. Why will those kind of guys be talking? Because you that have the original content are not coming out to do what you're supposed to do. And we are giving them space to talk. What are they using? They are also using their own phone and data, which you too have access to. But if you are not coming out, so what is said is not adding value to the nation. It's saying it for trending purposes. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's saying it for trending purposes. So, I'm talking more of media because I'm so passionate about media. So, he's saying it. So, there was a time Pastor Mimi was saying something at the program in Ibadan. She said, if they bring out their ring lights and they are saying something, you too bring out your own ring light and say something. You have the platform. Create the platform for yourself. You have this platform. And forget that people, yesterday we all watched Experience. What brand was the major sponsor of Experience? Please stop. What brand? Oh, did you watch Experience yesterday? I watched the Experience. I even watched their, their press release. So you don't know the brand. It was Coca-Cola. Now, I've heard so many people say that brands don't support programs like this. They don't, they support. Brands this with what? This is a game of numbers. They don't want to know that you're a Christian. The major thing is be excellent at what you do. So in your sphere of influence on the mountains, you have this mentality where you are coming into the mountain, that you are coming to take over. Is somebody getting my point? That's one of the mindset for innovation. You are coming to take over. You are coming to add what is not there to the place. Have your own place. What are you coming to add? So once you have all those things at the back of your mindset, the works become easier for you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. I was actually going to ask, a last question on practical steps, but I think you have actually summarized it, to just be excellent, to have the mindset that you are coming to take over. But if you would just add one more thing to that, what would you say?
Coming to take over, number one thing that is very important, you have to be loud about what you are doing. So I used to tell my guys, nobody will shout what you are doing like the way you shout it. Somebody was telling me yesterday, she said she just likes to be behind the screen, and behind the, behind the scene. And I told her something. I said, see, being behind the scene was very good, but it's not something that is very good now. I told her, I said, how many of us watch movies here? You watch movie. Movie is not a sin now, definitely. I don't watch movie though, but how many of us watch movies here? So do you watch movies because you saw the name of those that are behind the scene, or because of the main actor? Please answer me.
Because of the main actor.
Because of the main actor. Personally, after the movie, I don't even check those behind the scene, because if I meet them today, I don't know them, because I don't have business with them. I watch movies because of the actor or the storyline. So what I'm saying is that, and the person said, I like backstage. If you like to stay backstage so many times, you just find out they're always at the back. It's not because it's not good. Get my point. But this is the time for us to shout about what we do. Shout about it. Let people know. Apostle used to say something that I think this generation does not support timidity. You have to be courageous. You have to be audacious. Yeah, so this is what Apostle said, that the courageous will always lead the gifted. So that you are knowledgeable about something. You know, that's why so many times we see people that are doing stuff over, they feel like, this thing that this person is doing, I can do more than it. Have you ever seen it? Has it ever occurred to you that this guy that they are having everywhere, I have the capacity to do more than this person? But the truth of the matter is, because you are knowledgeable about it, does not say you'll be outside there. It depends on those that are ready to shout it. Whatever you are doing, shout it. Let people hear. Be loud about it. Number 2, like I said, be excellent. It's very important. Be excellent. Kings will not call for you because you are knowledgeable alone, but because you are excellent at what you are doing. Excellence is very key. Excellent. The way you even project yourself, the way you appear, the way you go out, the way you do your stuff, it's so important. There's this thing that I'm also very passionate about, which is fashion. The way you project, the way you go out. You know, sometimes you just want to go out and you feel like, oh, nobody sends me. Even on your street, you feel like, oh, nobody sees me and everything. The truth of the matter is that might be the day you meet the person that's always been waiting to meet you. And at the end of the day, just say, oh, so all these things are just packaging. Let me give you one very funny thing that happened. In my compound, I think last week, I wanted to go out. So what I was carrying was a bit heavy. So I wanted to put the stuff on my head. Definitely, just myself and my wife. I mean, no one was in the compound, just the both of us in the compound. And she was in the room. I was downstairs. I wanted to go out. I wanted to put that thing on my head before I get to the gate. Once I get to the gate, I package. But you know what came to my mind? I said, if someone just opened this gate now, or, you know, another thing that came to my mind is that this thing is a thing of the mind. It's not what people are saying. It's what you have in your mind. So I just concluded that I cannot put this on my. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just trying to give an example that this thing had to come from our mind first. That's to come from my mind. Because what we see outside is the product of what has gone through our mind. So we have to be excellent. We have to be loud about what we are doing. Then we need to know more about what we do. You need to know more. You need to learn more. That if you are looking for people in your sphere of influence, before they count 10, they'll count you. Prayer will not solve this. It's about learning. And that's where education comes in. Learn, read, watch videos. We have all these things in our disposal. Thank you.
Please celebrate Bishop Shane. Thank you so much for that quick chat. I'm sure that we have learned, so much from it. Thank you so much, sir. So we're supposed to have our apostle, that's them designing for, religion, the mountain of religion, but he's unavoidably absent, and also is Professor Conrad. So we're going to hop right into the panelist session. Sorry, could you let me know exactly what the change is? Okay, so although Professor is unavoidably absent, please help me with the chairs off the stage. I'm told that he is actually on a video call, to speak with us very quickly. So I think we're going to take that now then. Please celebrate Professor Conrad as we take his session. Thank you.
Hope you're all doing well. Hello, hello, hello. You hear me now?
Yeah, we are getting signal. So please, again.
Hello, hello. How are you all? Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing over there? Hello. Is that better?
So please, can you still say something?
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. How are you? Hello. 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 Good afternoon. Hello.
Okay, sir, can we make this call from my laptop?
Hello.
We're working on it.
such element, and a very pivotal one is visual alignment with national goals. One must ask, what really are the visual alignment of successive government? What are the national goals? Are they in sync? One will remember some years back, we had somebody was in government and said there was 7-point agenda. Somebody took over, said it was a 3-point agenda. Another came, and so there is no consistency in the alignment of national goals. And the national goals, where national goals even exist, whether they are different from the alignment of political personalities or political parties or political engagement, interaction that we have is a different kettle of fish. So we must evolve a robust education system, one that is designed in such a way that everyone must buy into it. Whether a party is in government or another party is in government or people change government should not alter such system. It should not disrupt it or just kick it away. Uh, and so we must all not only involve in a national education system that is robust and inclusive, but we must also align it with the global developmental goals, so that sustainable developmental goals, while we clearly pinpoint our own that are specific to us, either because of our uh, ecological disposition or our cultural peculiarities and things like that. So that's one of the key things we must really buy into. The second is a holistic curricular or curriculum development. Curriculum development is becoming a real big issue in the sense that oftentimes there's so much complaint and so much dissatisfaction with the curriculum that is developed. A recent one is the CC Mass for universities, moving from the B Mass to the CC Mass. Even though the CC Mass, the idea and the ideology behind it was to create some measure of autonomy for universities, the outcome has been true with a whole lot of complaint. And it begs the question, was it that persons were not carried along, different stakeholders were not carried along? Why is it fretted so much with complaint? And so curriculum development must put into cognizance civic education. It must consider cultural heritage. It must look at global competencies and global relevance of the product of such training process. And it must consider ethics and leadership. It must foster a leadership of accountability. The current situation where accountability is so alien to us cannot grow us as a nation. And the next point we might want to consider is skill development for economic growth. Entrepreneurial education is becoming a central focus now. Vocational teaching training becoming something of relevance. So rather than people spend years to go to standard education, only start to learn a few things afterwards, we'll begin to think and think seriously of creating and raising graduates and of any kind of education that are rather job creators rather than just job
particular place, it means that for some reason God wants you there. So there should be one or two things that you should take from that. So this is me invariably saying that do not be demotivated. Don't feel bad that people are very few here. Just get what you can get. And I think it's been going great. Amazing area of speakers and all of that. So again, please let's put our hands together for the organizers of the Cosmos Conference. Thank you very much. Again, so like she already introduced me, my name is Chioma Oti, and I work at Crypto Street TV. I work as a presenter, so I identify as a media and communications practitioner. And very briefly, I'm going to be talking about Crypto Street TV. So a bit of a backstory. Crypto Street TV, okay, is the name of one of the subunits. It used to be the main name of our organization, but we have kind of expanded. So we now are called Itele Media, but we're using Crypto Street TV here because that was the basis on which we built this partnership. We are the media partners for this event today. So Crypto Street TV is a media outfit that does everything cryptocurrency and blockchain. So we always like to say that we get to supercharge your cryptocurrency and blockchain adventure. I'll say that again. We get to supercharge your cryptocurrency and blockchain adventure. So we cover everything blockchain and cryptocurrency themed. So if you're having a podcast, if you're having an event, whatever it is that you're having that has to do with Bitcoin, that has to do with blockchain, that has to do with cryptocurrency, we cover all of that. So by extension, now let me talk a little about Itele Media. Itele Media is spelled I and then Tele, like T-E-L-E. Itele Media, it is your one-stop shop for everything media. So if you're having an event, we can cover your event. If you want to have maybe an interview, if you want to have a brand documentary where people come and then we cover everything about your organization. We interview your staff members. We interview your stakeholders. We interview people in your organization. If you have products or services, we're there. We can help you put the word out there about your organization. So we do everything media. A bit again about Crypto Street TV and Itele Media is that we have shows. So there's something we call Connect. It's for CEOs, for founders, for people that are in entrepreneurship, technology, innovation, business, whatever it is. We help to cover that. If you have something you want to put out to the world, you can come to our studio, our office, which has our studio at House 9, Row 22 at Kado Estate. It's at Kado Estate. You can always reach out to us. We are very much around here. I have my colleagues here. You can see some of my colleagues here. There's another one there. We are everywhere around here. So you can reach out to anybody if you want to have further information about what we do there. We are willing to work with you, whether it's a proposal, it's a wedding, it's a graduation, whatever the event is, we help you make very lasting memories. So feel free to reach out to us. You can reach out to me. You can reach out to any other person here. And I think that is it. So we look forward to working with you. We look forward to collaborating with you on your next event or whatever it is that you'll be doing. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, thank you so much. And to just moving on, we'll just have a panel session right about now. Please help me with the chairs up on stage very quickly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience. To our panelists, thank you so much for being here with us. And so to introduce very quickly, we're going to have Princess Onome. She's a purpose coach and social entrepreneur. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up stage. Yes. We're also having Adek Bassi, author and founder, Today for Tomorrow initiative. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up stage. And also our convener and visionary of the Cosmos Conference, Mr. Trust Ogale. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up stage. And also, an international compere and event host, Adebayo Elizabeth, that is me. Please give me a round of applause as I go up stage. All right, please, if I can have more than one mic for our panelists. So very quick chat. I have, told you who these people are and why they can, just integrate us with one or two things concerning nation building. And so first of all, I think I will start with Mrs. Adek Bassi. There's one particular thing that Bishop Shane mentioned, right? And I would like for you to, you know, expatiate on that, and that is collaboration, right? So could you give us, just delve right into that very quickly?
Okay, thank you so much. Like I was telling Trust that for me, I see the result in this program. The result is not in the numbers of people, but it's in the impact that the conversation is bringing to the table. Yeah, and in your opening statement, you also said this is not a conference to learn. This is a conference to take an action that will bring the result that you desire. So I'm narrowing this down to collaboration. Everyone in this room, you have something that you desire to achieve. Maybe through your entrepreneurship, maybe through your tech innovation, maybe through anything that you are doing, but there is one desire result that you need, right? But now what will bring that result into reality is how you effectively collaborate. I feel like every result can be achieved if only you know how to do it. Yeah. So let me just share some few things that I penned down so it just directs my flow. What is collaboration? It's an English word that most people really like. You already know about it. It's something you're really familiar with. But have you looked at it as collaboration is bringing together? What are you bringing together? You that want to do something, you that want to achieve a result, right? What is that clear thing you are bringing together? Collaboration is working together. Who are you working with in that thing that you want to do or that you're struggling to do for years? Collaboration is doing together. Who are you doing that thing with? It also determines the kind of result that you achieve. Collaboration is sharing together. What are you sharing in that collaboration that you're doing? If I say President Ome is my partner who I'm collaborating with, and we have a result to achieve here, what are we both sharing on this table to achieve that result? Does this result require 100 million naira? Am I bringing 50 and are you bringing 50? And we're sharing that, requirement and it's giving us that result. So what are you sharing together? That's collaboration. Also, collaboration is thinking together. Are we thinking together towards the achievement of this result? That is collaboration. And in collaboration, you already have a common goal. I feel like the reason why Nigeria or Africa is not really manifesting that result that they say we are the giant of Africa is not because we don't have what it takes to be the giant of Africa. It's not because Nigeria don't have the resources and everything. It's because those that know the kind of things that you have are already bringing in the distractions for you. They want to make all of you be CEO, be, run with I am this, I am that as your title, distracting you from seeing what it means to really collaborate. If Nigerians or Africa do that thing I said is collaboration together, who are the other countries with the things that we have? I mean, if you've gone to Rwanda, right? Just within a short period of years, despite that their genocide crisis, right? They don't have half of what we have in Nigeria alone. They have a little lake in the middle of one part, but that small lake has generated super income for them. In that lake, you will see they are showing this, they are doing this. Just within the short time, they've done a lot that even our dear country here, with all the things that we have and years that we have, 1960 to now, we're still struggling to see the result that makes us giant of Africa. It's just because they've spiced up the distractions to us that we're not seeing it clearly that we are not collaborating. We are not collaborating. Yeah, so for us to achieve that result that says we are giant of Africa, we really need to really apply the definition or knowledge of what is it to really collaborate. So let me just quickly say how, because I know we have other speakers that will speak. So number one, you who want to collaborate and know what you want to get, first of all, clearly define what you want to achieve as the goal. Yes. Imagine you're also into the tech, you have a tech company, and you want to hold one of the biggest tech space conference or event, and you are Tech B has the name, and you want to go, only you to organize hashtag B, guess what? You desire to have a power pack stadium filled with tech guys and everything. You will never get that kind of result alone until you learn the act of collaboration and collaborating right. So clearly define what exactly you want to achieve as a goal, and then clearly list out your why. Most times people jump this step. You know what you want to do, but you've not clearly written out even the 5 why. Why are you going to do this? Why do you want to do this? You've not even used the tool that they call why analysis tool on yourself. That tool simply means ask yourself one question and have 5 reasons for it. Yes, that's how the tool works. So why am I doing this? You give the answer. Why am I doing this answer that you said? You give the answer. So you keep going down till you get to your 5th why. By the time you get to your 5th why, your answers might start repeating itself. And that is when you've gotten to the roots of why are you really doing this? It determines every other thing that follows. But sometimes we don't really do that check-in of why. We just go into, we know what we want to do, and then we know how to do it. How to do it will not come clearly if you don't clearly list out those why why you're actually doing that thing. And then 3, if you do the first 2 things I've just said, knowing your what clearly and knowing your why clearly, you will now clearly know what you need. You want to achieve results, you want to do something. You might not know what exactly you really need to make that thing happen until you've answered those first 2 questions clearly. And then it will also help you to know who you need. One of the speakers said something about you, because you don't know how to identify who you need, so you're already like missing it. But what I wrote here is, this is where most people don't have the ability to even map out who they need. Yes, you think you've known Trust, you've known Princess, you've known everybody here. Oh, I know Adek now. I think I need Adek to help me achieve my result. Until you answer, why should Adek even be here? What exactly will Adek do on this table if she's here? If you don't answer those questions clearly, you will mobilize me and I'm here. But guess what? You won't get the result that you desire to get, even though I am here with all the amount of maybe power or influence that you probably have, right? So it's a skill that most people need to have in knowing how to map out those people that you need. And then you also clearly know where you want to achieve this thing in terms of location, in terms of place, or, that where will come clearly if you've also answered your why and your what, right? So after clearly defining these other points that I've mentioned by you, it will now help you to draft out your first draft of how you want to do this thing. Now, this is where collaboration comes in. You want to achieve a result. Now, that method of how you want to make Nigeria not to be a consumer anymore, not to be just recipient, but also producers. Now, you have your first draft. You have the amazing, brilliant ideas how this is going to work, right? That is your first draft as a single person. But if you're now going to collaborate with somebody, I will now share the goal of that, why are we doing this, to my partner. My partner too is to develop her own first draft of how she feels we can achieve that result. Now we will now harmonize our drafts together and now redevelop the main how. Now from that analysis that we're doing together, we're doing together, we might now see where we need another partner to come in. Because we've analyzed so this collaboration that I'm really breaking down in a very easy steps here, right? By the time we are doing this together and analyze areas of our draft, we might now see the need to extending this partnership to another person that we need on board for another kind of result to complement what we are trying to achieve, right? That is how collaboration first draft is done. Because if you don't have that first draft, you might even go and be imposing things on your partner. And you're saying you're collaborating. Is it collaboration by logo? Most people do that. I'm your partner, now my logo is there. You come and snap, my logo is there. Is that it? Or is it collaboration by, did you guys even share your drafts together? Do you guys share your resources together? Is the result you're going to get at the end of the day only Princess Onome's result? the result must have a I don't know, the result must be shared. If the outcome of this amazing conference today is to increase young people's consciousness or knowledge, ability in knowing how to collaborate or how to be innovators or actual gatekeepers, if that is the result, and I'm speaking, she's speaking, she's speaking. If I see the result of this conference happening, I will say, yes, I collaborated with this person and this is the result. I will speak with the result, not with the first draft that we had. The result keeps us together. So that's basically like how to collaborate, right? For us to really achieve as Nigerians, as Africans, that result we desire to see, let's learn the act of collaboration. If you're in the hall today, I saw two persons doing almost the same thing at the same time. They're achieving maybe small results that might appear big to them, but they would have achieved more results. We have similar shared vision. Bring your idea. Bring my idea. Let's hit it in Abuja. Or let's hit it in Nigeria. Or let's go to the northeast. Or let's go to the south. Both of us, with your own pool of network and resources, with mine, we will make a bigger result. So that is what collaboration is. And if they are saying, oh, they've introduced tech, whatever, to certain kind of population, there is clear result for you to actually see. And when that result start popping out on the scale, even those outside Nigeria will really see that, yes, Nigerians are beginning to collaborate because they are distracting us. All of us are admiring Mark now, the social media platform that we are using. But do you know the Mark story? Mark played collaboration in his story. How he had an idea, called few friends, shared with them. Some of the friends fell by the riverside. They didn't see it clearly, I mean, this thing you want to say, are you sure it's going to happen? Guy, you think they dream big. People say all this kind of thing, But the few ones that went on this journey with him, they had shared responsibility. And today, Mark has what he has. He has that power, that not because he went on as a single person. Those people, I don't know if they are being mentioned today, but I don't know. But he didn't come to that limelight by just being Mark alone. He did collaboration. So I'll just close out with that. Maybe I'll get questions. I mean, for me, how I share knowledge is I will share a little, you ask more, you ask the right questions and get more.
Awesome. Please give a very, very big round of applause. And so we're just going to, go over to Princess Onome. And she just mentioned something very, very pivotal towards the end of her statement, when she said that we're celebrating Mark, we're celebrating all of these other people. If anything, we're almost very proud of how well we consume, other people's stuff. Oh, I know how to use this thing. Oh, I know how to use that stuff. How exactly can we shift that mindset? What does it mean to just move from that consumption mindset, to a creator's mindset? Let's be the one they are celebrating too. How exactly do we move? What exactly is it about that mindset that we can know that, okay, this is a creator's mindset? What exactly does that mean?
All right, thank you so much. Adeki spoke beautifully well. I love the fact that she talked about collaboration. And while she was speaking, I remembered something. The world we see today is framed by what? The word, spoken word. And we see that God, in the person of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they said to themselves, let us, that is what collaboration, let us make man in our own image and likeness. That is because God the Father felt he could not do it by himself. God the Son felt he could not do it by himself, despite the fact that they are equal, they have the power, right? But they had to come together to create the world. Secondly, we see in the Tower of Babel, making the Tower of Babel, the children of Israel, right? Was it the children of Israel? Yes. So the children of Israel came together and said, let us make a name for ourselves and erect a building that will reach the top of heavens, right? And make a name for ourselves, right? So they came together and they were building that tower. And what happened? God came down
and saw what the children of Israel had already started doing. And then he made a profound statement that I got light from. He said, these people are together in unity, in one language, and this is what they are building. Therefore, nothing shall be withheld from they that imagine. Nothing shall be impossible from those that imagine. That is profound, because when I read that scripture, immediately the Spirit of the Lord told me how important it is your mind is, how important your imagination is. Now, quickly, I will define what I define mindset. Mindset are sets of thought patterns that contribute to either your failure or success in life. It is your mindset that enables you make the choices you make. It is your mindset that determines what you do and what you don't do. The kind of dresses, clothes you wear, where you wish to go to, the kind of music you listen to, the kind of places you go to, all are determined by your mindset. Now, quickly, I will talk about the two kinds of mindset. There's the conscious mind, and then there's the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is what holds your thinking faculty, your habitual thinking. So when you look at something and you think about it and you say, oh, I think I like this. I think this will be of usefulness to me. And some other person comes and say, I don't like that sight tool. I don't like white. I like orange. Why? The conscious mind is what holds your habitual thinking. It is the seat for your thoughts. Now, this is what happens to your mind. When you think of something and you add emotions or feelings to them, that is when it translates from ordinary thought to a mindset. So once you begin to think something and your feelings and emotions are added to it and you accept that thing as true, it settles down in the subconscious mind. So the subconscious mind, first of all, does not argue with you. It is not controversial. It only accepts what you have believed and uphold as true. And then what does it do? It begins to work. It begins to organize circumstances. It begins to organize events. It begins to organize situations that is in line with that which you've accepted as true. So if you believe that a woman, you're a woman, right? And you believe that you are not meant to succeed to a certain degree, or you are not meant to move forward in life, or you are not meant to be at the king's table. You know, there are some persons, they call it low self-esteem, right? But it's beyond low self-esteem. In short, low self-esteem is a mindset. It means that there is no sufficient light in your spirit. There is no sufficient self-awareness. You are not sufficiently aware of the giftings and the abilities you have. And that is why you have the low self-confidence, and you do not have the ability to see that kings will come to the brightness of your rising. You do not have the ability to see that your words can lead you in the path, in a glorious path. You do not have the ability to see that wherever you want to be, you can be, or whatever you want to achieve, you can achieve. Or why? Because of the mindset you have. Now, I'm quickly going to talk about the spirit of fear. Now, you know, fear is an emotion, right? The emotions of fear. Now, when those emotions of fear grips you, you begin to think negatively immediately. Now, the Bible, I think in 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7, it talked about the spirit of fear. Paul was speaking to Timothy. He was speaking to the church, and he said that you have not been given the spirit of fear, but God has given you what? The spirit of power. So you see what drives fear away? Power. the power of the Holy Spirit, the power that is at work in you. So you have the spirit of power, you have the spirit of love, and you have the spirit of sound mind. Sound mind talks about your mindset. It talks about being able to make sound judgment and make choices based on your thought pattern. So the situation you find yourself, the success or the failure you have is relative to the thought pattern, your mindset, the mind that you have. Quickly in Genesis chapter 1, when God, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? And then what was the first thing he created with the spoken word? Light. And God said, while the Spirit of the Lord was moving, God said, let there be light. This is to say that everything worthwhile, everything innovative, everything you want to create on earth, that the world would celebrate you, is created when there is light. Until it is clear in your mind, it can never become a reality. And how is it clear? When there is light. When there is light. You are a royal priesthood, a peculiar nation, a holy people, a peculiar people and a holy nation that is to give God praise because he has called you out from darkness and brought you into his marvelous light. How can you substitute those negative mindset of limiting beliefs, of saying that you are not enough, of saying that you are too small to do big things, of saying that if you go to maybe one politician or one great person you admire, the person will shun you down? How can you substitute those negative mindset with the positive mindset? It is through repetitive words of repetition of good words, saying that you are enough. And these words are gotten from scriptures. Do you know, I became more audacious. I became more confident in myself. I believed more in myself that there is nobody that can shut me down. That's because I got closer to the word of God. What is it that God is saying about you? God is saying you are light. You are salt. God is saying that you should arise and you should shine. All right, so I think I'll just round up with that.
Please
So
give
thank
a
you
very,
much.
very big round of applause. Man, so much has been said. And I just want to ask, Cosmos, Mr. Trust, what exactly does this innovation, like, okay, we're creating, we're doing it, we have the mindset, we are collaborating. When we see it, when we see this production, how do we, okay, now this is innovative. What exactly is the identity of innovation?
All right, so I think, first of all, I want to really appreciate the two speakers who have spoken really profoundly.
A very big round of applause for our
Just give them
speakers
another
so
round of
far.
applause because some things they said were really striking to the conversations and the build-up for what the conference is really about, right? The creator's mindset, the need for collaboration, the need for a partnership to be able to bet what is right. So in respect to your question you asked, what is the identity of innovation? I would have simply just put it this way, that innovation does not have an identity, but that would have been a lie. Because the first person that was innovative enough to create something out of nothing was a person. And that same person lives inside each and every one of us. That same person was expressed in the image of Christ, who came on earth to be a man just like us. And that man is seated in heaven, and he gave us his spirit to guide and lead us. So the identity of innovation is God. All right, so that's just a simply short answer. To delve more into that conversation, it will require us to start unraveling the mind of God, how he thinks, how he acts. I made a statement this morning when I was presented at first, the conversation regarding the creator's mindset, and I mentioned the fact that, if he can create something out of nothing, it's expected of us to do the same. So we cannot sit in a world whereby everything is simply in chaos and we're expecting someone to come and save us. No one is going to come and save us. If Africa does not decide to rise now to the task ahead, we'll crumble and we'll die. And the Bible tells us that, ye are gods. But if you don't understand the fact that ye are gods, you will die like mere men. And if we die like mere men, nobody will sing of us, nobody will know us. And the same thing will lead into our generation. So the conversation regarding the identity of God requires to really understand the mind of God, how he acts, how he thinks, and how he operates. And if each and every one of us want to be able to do something that is remarkable upon this earth. Let's say, for example, let me take it to be more practical. Are there any tech bro and tech sis in the house, like digital marketing, data analysts, AI engineers, anyone in the house? All right, so to speak about that, right, one thing that we usually overlook is the fact that we think that there's no interconnectedness between the innovation that exists in humanity, in our civilization, and the mind of God. Truth of the matter is that they're all interwoven. The need for a civilization to move beyond where they are now is necessary because one person permitted it, which is God. If God did not permit the Industrial Revolution, won't I be able to get the necessary materials needed to run economies of the West, which was the first discovery of crude oil, right? And it came into Africa and we started really driving on crude oil. If the necessity for man to be able to live in a life whereby we have gadgets like we use our mobile phone, right, which make things really easy for us, if that necessity for us to be able to get to this particular point of our life was not really placed as a burden in our hearts, we'll not be able to get it. And this burden is directly from God. It's easy for each and every one of us to just sit and come up with something brilliant. Truth of the matter is actually very easy. But it's going to be really difficult for you to continue in that path. That thought, that innovation you've come up with, it's going to be difficult for you to continue it without the mind of God. So the identity of innovation is God. And the ability for us to be able to do the things that needs to be done to drive this innovation is for us to really start unpacking the personality of God, how he thinks, how he speaks, and how he acts. Thank you.
That is just profound. So let me just take a couple of questions from our audience. If anything struck you very quickly, just take a couple of questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anybody? Do we have any questions? All right. So do we have any more additions, however, then? And then we'll just round up very quickly then. Do you want to say anything? Please, in 1 minute, very quickly. Yes, please.
Okay. So I want to round up with this. I started with unity, right? Having the three Godhead. And when these three Godhead, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit said, let us make man in our own image and likeness. I got a revelation from that scripture. Having been created in the image of God means having the mind of Christ. Because when scripture, I think 1 Corinthians 2 verse 9, it talked about eyes have not seen, ears have not heard. If you go down that scripture, the Bible says, but we have the mind of Christ. Philippians 2 verse 5 said, let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ. And then 2 Corinthians chapter 3 talks about, back then, I think in Exodus, when Moses usually went to see God in Mount Horeb, his face was shining, right? And the children of Israel could not see him. They had to wear a veil. Now, coming down to 2 Corinthians chapter 3, the Bible says that they, with veiled faces, that means their hearts were dull. They could not understand the things that were spoken to them. But we, with unveiled faces, we are being transformed into the image of God, and that we behold Jesus. So as we behold Jesus, we are being transformed. So if you want to have an excellent mind, you need to fix your gaze on Jesus. You need to understand that you were created in the image of God. That means you have the mind of Christ. Jesus came as a pattern man for him to show us that we can live a victorious life. So if we can walk in the footsteps of Christ, trust me, there is nothing you cannot create. And that we are being transformed by the renewal of our minds through the word of God, through knowledge. Remember, my people perish for lack of knowledge. If you want to have an excellent mind, go for knowledge. Go for knowledge. Go for knowledge. And you'll be brought out from darkness into the marvelous light. And now there are different kinds of darkness. There may be darkness in your finance, darkness in any area. So you need to dig in. You need to check that you are not in darkness in this area. If you're in darkness in this area, go for knowledge. If you're in darkness in finance, in health, any area, go for knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very, very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists as they return to their seats.
Okay, no, I have a contribution. Yeah, I wanted knowledge. I wanted her to speak first. Yes, because what I will say will build on what she has said, right? You cannot collaborate on what you don't know. So, as a purpose and live coach, I would have want to play the script back. I mean, it's surprising that there's no question. That's fine. I would have loved to like confirm something, but I don't know if there's time. I don't know if 1 minute is fine. Anyway, we will not do that. But let me just say my last. What I would have want to ask you is, who are you collaborating with in what you're doing, or who do you have plans to collaborate with now for what you want to do in 2025 that is coming? If you clearly have answered that, and then you might not. This might sound like it's not a cause. It's not a bad thing I want to say, but let me say it. You might not achieve your 2025 goal that you're planning to make if you don't clearly know who you are, what exactly you want to do, and who you need. 2024 has finished. We're in the last month of 2024. Most of us had amazing, fantastic goals of things we wanted to do. But I'm sure you have 1,001 excuses or reasons why it did not work. Some of you will blame Nigeria. This country is messed up. This TPN government has messed my plan. I want to jackpot. That's not the solution. The problem of the reason why you did not achieve that thing you wanted to do in 2024 is you. It's not the lack of the resources that you did not have. Because everything we need in achieving anything we want to do is available and they're around us. If you pray a very simple and very clear prayer as, God, as I step out today, order my steps to the right place at the right time to meet the right people. If these three things is done for you, you will get clear results that will enable you to achieve that result. So you are the reason why you did not meet 2024 goal. It doesn't sound nice, yeah? But 2025 is coming. If God still give us the life that you see next year, please maximize it by going down to the roots. Who are you? What do I need? And who do I need? And maybe you will now know how to apply the collaboration knowledge and everything that you've heard from this panel as we're leaving now. And that is where the action will be applied. And the result that you, customers, through this conference, wanted to see from this conference, you will evaluate it come next year. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for Mr. Degbasi. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, so we can help me with this chairs off of the stage. Like they said, 2025 is coming and it is a future. And like Malcolm X said, he said the future belongs to those who prepare for it. I want to assume that this conference is one of the preparation. And you are not just learning, like Mrs. Zadek said, you are ready to take action from now, right? And so to finally round up our speaker for the very last session is none other than the convener himself, Mr. Trust Ogale. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I made to understand that Professor would really like to finish his session, and he has actually been waiting on the call. So before we take our final session with our convener, we would hop back on the call with Professor Conrad. Media, over to you. Hopefully the network cooperates with us this time.
So please let me know.
Sound check too. This time, I'm supposed to be getting it.
So please confirm that Professor Conrad is ready for us.
Yes, I am. Hello.
And let me ask,
Can you
is
hear
there
what the lady is saying?
anyone who was
Yes, I
able
can
to
hear her very
take
well.
from
Okay.
She said whether I'm ready for you. I said yes.
and doing that.
Sir, your
But
camera
there's
is
always
off.
an
I don't know
aspect
if you
to
can turn it on.
business. You know, there's a part where you should think global. There's the registration
Hello,
of
sir.
your brand. And so you think that you are
Yes,
segregated
I'm
to a
here.
particular
Your camera
boundary.
is off. I don't know if you can help us turn it on so we'll set it.
To understand
You
that
can proceed.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
thought that,
Yeah, we're good, sir.
you know, it was just one mountain of influence. Just pick the path that you are in. But
Hello, sir. You're up.
All right. Thank you very much. Um, can everyone hear me? I suppose you can hear me. Please confirm. All right. So I was here when technical glitch happened, whether from my end or from your end. So I understand we had another session, and from what the ME was speaking about, it seemed as if we're having a great time. I wish I could have been there. And so we're talking about participatory governance and the reason why we must. I just picked up something there saying you can't just light one part, you have to light in all the parts. Indeed. And participatory government is one of the high point of good governance that we must begin to champion, particularly the younger ones must begin to see that. The other key attribute of educational design for nation building is inclusive education and for equity. The system must be inclusive. It must accommodate marginalized communities, persons with disabilities, underserved regions, every tribe, every tongue, everyone must be looked into and considered very well. And the gaps that exist, we have a lot of gaps. Most of the time, the quick one to point to is the gender gap, but there are a whole lot of other gaps. There are social gaps, there are economic gaps, the political gaps, a whole lot, a whole lot. When the political cycle commences, then you will see the amount of gaps that we have, whether it's in Lagos or whether anywhere else. One was hoping that it could be such a way that we live in different part of the country, we could really become part of that. And but clearly, we've not evolved to that point. And uh, but if you consider that when we're having a football match that our national team is involved with, if you see the way we suddenly forget tribes and we forget social classification, we forget ethnic connotations, we forget religious uh, demarcations and a whole lot of things, then one always wonder where does this one disappear to the moment that match is over? Which means we have it. We have what to drive with. We have what to drive with. We're just not deliberate about it. We are deliberate about it. Particularly the political class is quite deliberate about it, about the gaps. They tend to project the gaps rather than reduce it or eliminate it. And so the rest of us must think that, no, we don't want that gap anymore. We must take action to our hands and do things that we ought to do. The other thing that is quite remarkable about technology, about building a national identity using education design is that we must embrace innovation, we must embrace technology. We must not only embrace it, we must leverage on it. It is a great way to leap ahead. We must leverage on it. We must be deliberate about it. It's not something that we must leave to the dustbins. We must eliminate digital divides. When people talk about digital divide, often they talk about digital divide in the global south and global north. But even within our country, for example, the digital divide is enormous. Some out of sheer ignorance, some out of economic and non-economic empowerment, some out of social disposition, even some out of religious beliefs and things like that. And so this divide also comes up with the amount of internet penetration that different categories of demographics of people have. And so we must find a way to eliminate it. Can we have a system where there's some measure of internet penetration for people that are in school age, whether primary, secondary, or other school age? Can we take certain decisions? Recently, Australia just came up with a law to ban people less than 16 years going to Instagram and things like that. And yeah, a few people raised some voices, but a number of people said, yeah, it is good. And that's how countries begin to take stand over the internet space and all of that. Yeah, that's banning. But first of all, they first created access before you start talking about, okay, restrictions and a host of things. So within us, the level of digital divide is so enormous that we need to look at that if we're going to leverage on ICT and digital space. And the seventh point I want to talk about in this area is fostering a cohesive national entity or a national identity. We must promote universality, we must promote diversity at the same time. Diversity is not a cost, it's a blessing. The 250 tribal people we have in our nation is not a cost, it's a blessing. The countries like Australia, America, and UK, rest of them are guiding people from different parts of the world because they know that people have peculiar traits, novelty about them, good peculiar things about them. We've been gifted that by God, but rather that's turned into a pain and a cost for us rather than a blessing. Countries that don't have it are looking for it, they're paying for it, enticing people to come for it, but we have not turned this great blessing of God, this great blessing of diversity, not just cultural diversity, cultural heritage, perceptual diversity. The perceptual diversity is not a cost, it's a blessing. We cannot all see from one point. We must see difference in our points, but those differences don't necessarily have to be one that leads to elimination of the other. Does not have to be one that degrades the other. Does not one that leads to the destruction of another. No, it must be brought up and celebrated. And we can actually take a different look from this angle. Different ethnic, religious, and cultural groups are there. The diversity of it, we should celebrate it and do what we should probably reevaluate national youth scheme. So people are saying it should be cancelled. No, we shouldn't cancel it. And we should deal with the issues that are making it look as if it's not good. I went on youth service. I still treasure doing my youth service in Sokoto. It's like a second home to me. I love the time I spent there. I love the experience I had there. And probably not for you, sir. I'm not sure I would have ever gone there. And those prejudices, by the time I returned from my 1 year in youth service, a lot of prejudices had died in me. And I returned with a different perception about who a Nigerian should be, and things like that. I immersed myself where I went. And I remember telling my principal then that you're not a better northerner than I am. And he was so I said, yes, you're not. I'm as a northerner as you can be. That you have an accent and I don't have, it doesn't necessarily make you. I say, who is a northerner? He found it difficult to define one. because we're seriously discussing about certain things. He found it difficult to follow. When they find one, I told him that was not the northerner. You just felt that if you live in the far north, that makes you. Well, who was committed to the development of the north? Who was committed to the development of the south? Who was committed to the development of Nigeria? And those are some of the things we really need to look at. Probably we should even introduce more multicultural exchange program. We talk about, when we talk exchange, we want to exchange students between one school in Nigeria and one school abroad. What happens to Ahmadu Bello University and Korea University sharing students? What happened to Lagos Unilag and other universities sharing students for a while? What happened to having degrees together and things like that? We want to always go outside because it's an inferiority complex. But the one within, we have not tapped into it. We have 274 universities right now. What happens to exchange? How much exchange exists between the universities? No. Instead, we engage in unhealthy, non-productive competition that doesn't even get anybody anywhere. Name calling, bashing, bringing others down is what we call competition. That's not competition. That doesn't build anybody. It doesn't build a nation. Rather, what it does is that it leaves everybody less than what they could have had if they had shared. And the next point I really want to talk about, which will form the core of what we're talking about, is a departure ideology. Now, that concept simply means is a concept that says you're looking away from what you currently have. Philosophically and theoretically, is a framework that inform a break from traditionally established system or previous practices or systems or way of thinking. I must say our way of thinking, national way of thinking right now is really, really skewed to a very negative point. We don't believe in Nigeria. We don't talk good of Nigeria. We don't talk well of the nation. We don't talk well of one another. At the least, we want to take a mental dagger and stab the other person. Moment it's not our tribe or our religion or whatsoever. But we want to go to another man's land and buy in. And how does that work? So it's a mindset approach that emphasizes a change away from conversion that's no longer effective. And that simply called that there are four core areas that helps to drive departure ideology. One is we must challenge status quo. What are the things we must challenge them? Challenging does not necessarily mean destroying them, but challenging them. It must lead to a transformation and it must cut across all sectors in politics, in education, in spiritual and philosophical context. And of course, as we do that, note that there are going to be tension and challenges. People that currently are enjoying this one-sided thing will probably want to say no, it should not change. But we all know that a large proportion of us don't have fun in this current arrangement. So why should we not challenge it? We must challenge it. And what are strategies that could adopt? We could adopt. I would like to point out just four here. One, we should develop a national education policy. Not like the time we had recently. Just imagine somebody just came up and said, "Oh, admission age is now 18 years," and then the person was changed, and that was thrown out. And I was troubled. It didn't mean there wasn't a national policy. It was just somebody's opinion. And the whole university education system was thrown into such crisis because somebody just had a mental permutation. Was even targeted against somebody who was not your friend. How did it come to be? No, we must move away from such recklessness into something that's more deliberate. Private-public partnership must drive and we must do it so well. We have TED Fund, for example. TED Fund says those who are in private systems should not access the research fund. But it's the money from everybody's tax that forms it. So how does that make any sense? The people that research in the private sector are not researching for the country. Is the research they do, is it for Ghana or for Yugoslavia or is it for China? It's for Nigeria. Teachers must be properly trained. We're losing so much of teachers in the because the place is not conducive. And community involvement must be high even as we do so. And as we round up, I'd like to let's just take a quick look at a few countries that have engaged in educational design to change their own stories. And today they have success stories to tell. We just have about 6 here. Just what is the popular? Finland. The Finland ambassador to Nigeria was speaking recently in the forum where I was and said Finland is just like Nigeria. But what they did, they took deliberate steps. And those things have become enshrined in their system such that the president of today or the prime minister of today don't change, when they want to don't change it to another one. It's not a flip-flop of if I today is my government, tomorrow is not your government, and things like that. Today, there are a nation you speak about. What about Singapore? We've not heard about that magic thing, literally like magic in human sense, that a third world nation turned into a first world nation, a nation that the only nation that became a nation by expulsion, but took and they said all they had was people and sand. But they evolved what you call knowledge economy, meritocracy. And today, you can't touch Singapore when it comes to excellence and diligence. What about India? They dealt with their caste system that was a very diminutive and retrogressive system. What about Norway? They had a reform system that is sustained by bipartisan distance. And Kenya, the Tosomen system in Kenya evolved, worked for them. What about Rwanda, the new one, from a very terrible past, just recent past of bloody, deadly past of killing and maiming and all manner of evil that you can think of, to evolve as a nation right now with a clear educational design that is driving nation towards a very bright place. They've been able to take culture, take ethnicity, tribalism, and reformed it into something. Maybe some of us need to pay visit to those places and see how they have done that. It's possible for us as a nation, and it's a good thing that we should begin to look at. There are models around the world that we can adopt as around, but we must make the first move to say we must be deliberate. We cannot leave it out. It's not one side. It's not a one size fits all. It's something that we must all deliberately engage. And in engaging it, we must ask ourselves, what do we want and how do we want to go about it? Educational design is a good one if we take it and we mean it with an open mind, with clear sincerity, and not a hidden agenda to undermine some sector of the country or deprive some of what is due them. On this note, I want to thank you for having me and for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Conrad. If you can hear us, we totally appreciate you standing
Then
by.
if there be questions, take them. If not,
Okay, so do we have any questions? All right, so we do not have any right now, if you can hear me, sir. Thank you so much once again.
I can hear you very well.
All right, thank you so
thank
much,
you.
sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so because of time, we will take the artist that we have been seeing, do this beautiful work of painting, explain what he has done, and then we will take rounding up and vote of thanks from our convener. Please celebrate Mr. Joshua as he comes up to speak about his painting.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, thank you, Mr. Cosmos, for inviting me. Before I go straight to this painting, how a lot has been said today, I have something in my mind I would like to read to us, and which led to this. It's just a list newsprint that was just cut out. You're right. He said from Lord Macaulay. That was 1835. He said, I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa. I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such height, moral value, people of such caliber that I did not think I would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is our spiritual, cultural heritage, and therefore I propose that we replace our old and ancient education system, our culture. For if Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, one, and native culture, and they will become what we want them, what we want them, a true dominated nation. All right, this is one thing has been has motivated this painting. A lot have been spoken today, and looking at this, we are talking about innovation. Actually, innovation is not something new; it's just developing on what is existing. All right. So, and this brought us to this painting. we cannot come to the state of being innovative when we don't start thinking of number one, identity. If you look at the flower inside, okay, it's a globe, and globe stands for light, it stands for knowledge. And inside the globe, you can see flower. Everybody, you can identify it. Now, if we will come to the state of, coming to that state of being innovative and be a gatekeeper, number one thing is that we must come to the place of identity. Number two, we must come to the place of identity. Then, after the identity, then we must come to the place of functionality. Now, normally, in a normal state, the globe is meant to just shine light, but a globe that has a flower in it. We think innovation by thinking functionality. And this is what will make innovation to be a continuous or a progressive impact to the nation. We will not be innovative when we don't think functionality. So that's why I bring this flower, not just a globe, but a functional one. Flowers are meant for aesthetics. So it is time we think beyond aesthetics, beautification. Africans, we are so much enticed to aesthetics, beautifications. But we will we'll be more innovative when we take our creativity to the place of functionality. And this is all what this is all about. So that we must come to the place of giving our creativity to functionality. We must give functionality to our creativity. Our clothes can do more. Our fabrics can do more than just wearing it. It can do more. So, and this is what all this is. So when we begin, we come to the place of functionality, we will be able to give a proper innovation that goes from generation. That is transgeneration innovation. Thank you, and God bless you. My name is Joshua Yowali.
Please give him a bigger round of applause. Very soon would have the big names. I know we're familiar with Picasso and all of that. Very soon we're going to have, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Innovation is anywhere and everywhere, So yeah, a round of applause to him once again. And finally, we're going to have Mr. Trust, our convener of this event, to round up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around to the end of time. I really appreciate the presence of each and every one of you here. And I want to say a big thank you to the sponsors, the partners. Big thank you to the church, Light Nation Church. I want to say a big thank you to the pastors, PTA. I want to say a big thank you to, Apostle Femi Lazarus in person, to the speakers, to the panelists, the friends, families, and every one of you that supported in various ways to make this day as wonderful as it has gone. I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you all. And as I round up my the conference, I would like to just say a few words that has been penned down in trying to really tie the knot at the end of the day with all that has been said this day. All right. So innovation is not just about technology. Innovation is really about thinking. It's being able to assess a new form of thinking that is different from what runs in a particular state and a particular time. It goes beyond norms and cultures, ideas of the past, present, and it seems to have a poor view into the future and how the future should operate and function. It is like prophesying that a thing will happen when it has not yet happened. It's like forecasting the movement of the sun and the moon when it has not yet moved. Innovation is not on probability. It is on certainty. It is the best possible way to ascertain how things will operate in the future. So when men dwell in the present times and ride on the past ideas and norms, innovation is bettered. Innovators are men and women who allow their mind to think into the future, how it works, how it will be formed, and what will be the right tools that will allow for the sustenance of the people in that future. The tools that operate in the mind of the innovators, thinking about the future, is called the innovation itself. Because the tools becomes what solves the problem and makes life easy for everyone. However, the ability to decide how the future will work, how it will be formed, together with what tools will be needed to make it work, the one who put this together and gets the people and resources to also see and work towards that future in the mind of the one who sees it, will become the gatekeeper of innovation. Being the gatekeeper of innovation is not what one just becomes. It is a race. It is a transformation. It is an ascension into. It is a gateway. Whoever gets to live in the future conceived in his mind in the present is the gatekeeper of innovation. Being the gatekeeper of innovation takes time. It is not sudden. What we all have around are innovators. In the midst of these innovators, there should be at least one gatekeeper in that space. Currently, Elon Musk is a gatekeeper of innovation. Steve Jobs did not live to become one. If he were alive, he would have been regarded as one. Gatekeepers of innovation are living men and they are not dead men. Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates are all innovators. Amazon are all innovators. The men and the women who are willing to take the time to do research and do the hard work to find truth to all things, the men and the women who seek the answer to the why questions and eventually answer them, are more likely to become the gatekeepers of innovation. Choose this day who you will become: a user, an expert, or an innovator. Or you could become one who will become the gatekeeper of innovation. A gatekeeper of innovation is a master of many innovation, but an innovator is a master of only a few. A lot of things you think are innovations are not innovations. They are just refurbished ideas of the past, made better in the present. Find something today. Find something new, because there are a lot of things yet undiscovered. Thank you very much. One final thought that just occurred to me, and I think I just have to portray this, is the fact that
it's really important for us to really understand that times are changing really fast, and we don't have time to be lazing around. We don't have time to sit back and start, mimicking people, the way they talk, the way they think. One of the things that we don't take note of the fact that is in 20 years from now, your children, those of us who are married, for those of us who are not, when we give birth to children, the children of the future are going to have best friends that are going to be artificial intelligence. By that I mean that today your children who we grow up with, our best friends were toys. And we're seeing a situation whereby the future is going to be run by AI. You may give birth to a child in the future, 20 years from now, that child may have a best friend that is an AI. The question is, who controls our AI? We never think about that. It's really important for us to understand that building a family in the future will require for us to have foresight into that future. You have businesses running. The way we do businesses now is different from the way we once did it before. If we think that the way we do businesses now is the way it's going to be in the future, it's not going to be. We have media. We're all thrilled with the use of social media. But we forget that social media is just media. It's really just media. Media that have a larger network than what we're used to. Media that has grown from paper to phone. And eventually in the future, it's going to grow from phone to the mind. And if we think that being a content creator these days requires you to just keep posting and keep trending, it's a lie. It's going to fade out. The future of social media is going to be one that is going to be driven by integrity. It's going to be one that is going to be driven by association. On a latter note, one of the things that we also fail to ignore is the fact that as believers, it's really important for us to strive and contend for the innovations that are going to shape the future. In 1901, 1900, when the Azusa revival bettered the apostolic invasion that happened in Africa, widespread, following that year, 1901, 1902, radio was discovered. Printing press was discovered, which is what printed the newspaper that amplified the movement of Azusa revival. If the printing press did not exist at the time where the revival started, then the rate at which the revival spread would have not been so. Right now, it's important that each and every one of us as kingdom men and women should know that we're on the verge of another revival. And this revival requires technologies. The technologies that are going to shape that revival, to drive that revival, are knocking on Africa's doors. And if Africa does not rise this day to contend for that innovations, only God's grace will see us through that. It may not take 100 more years, 40 more years, if Christ does not come. 40 more years before we can come back to that point. The innovations on the future are going to be very limited. We have quantum computing, blockchain, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, semiconductor chips. These are one of the prevailing technologies that are shaping the way things are being done currently. If you think you are not capable of pursuing these technologies, the truth of the matter is it's a lie. If you are a business owner, you sell things in the market, you are a bus driver, I don't know how low you think you are. You are capable of doing something that will actually shape the way things are going to operate in the future. The future is right in our hands. And if we ignore the fact that it's in our hands, people will take it away from us, like they've taken it for decades. So on this note, I would like to say, and I encourage each and every one of you, do not leave this place as continuous users of technologies. Think. It only takes time to think. Think. Imagine. Imagine a future whereby you are the one creating these technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for convening this event, Mr. Trust. Thank you so much to all our esteemed and distinguished speakers in absentia and present. Thank you so much to every single one of us who started with us, who ended with us, who joined us somewhere in the middle. I hope that you have really been inspired and challenged by this conference. Thank you so much. And on that note, we draw the curtains on the maiden edition of the Cosmos Conference with the mindset knowing that it will not be the only one. And we want to say a very big thank you for being here. Please step outside and take pictures. We want to make sure that we document, every part of this win that we all, have experienced today. Thank you so much once again for being here. My name once again is Adebayo Elizabeth, and I am LZ on every platform. IAMELZEE on every social media platforms. Please do well to follow me. Do well to, contact me for your event. Thank you so much once again, and have a